Sound check 1, 2, 3. Sound check 1, 2, 3.
Great start. Good morning and welcome to the Planning Committee meeting for January 13th, 2026. I'd like to ask all people that their electronic devices are switched to a non-audible functioning during the committee meeting. As we have quorum present, I'd like to call this meeting of the Planning Committee to order at 9:31. Doing our roll call, we in the chambers, we have Councillor Beatty, Councillor Cooper, Councillor M. Wilson, Councillor Kretsch, Councillor A. Wilson, Councillor Wang, and Councillor Kassar. And online, we have Councillor Francis and Councillor McMeekin. Welcome. Members of council, please note that we'll be using a new process for joining the speakers list. If you are attending in the chamber and wish to speak, please press the blue request button on the screen in front of you. As the request to speak to function in eScribe is no longer available, this will automatically populate a speakers list for the chair. If you wish to be removed from the list, you can press the cancel button, which appears on the screen in front of you when you are on the list. For any member who is attending virtually, please use the raise hand button or show your hand raised, and the legislative staff or myself will add you to the list in the chamber. Once acknowledged by the chair, your microphone will automatically turn on. Please note that you cannot activate it yourself. Do not turn your microphone off while you have the floor. Please leave it on until your time is done. Those attending virtually will be able to mute and unmute themselves as they did before. We have no ceremonial activities, and we have an approval of the agenda. Clerk Kelsey, are there any addendum items to the agenda?
No, Chair Tatis, and there are no addendums further to what is already noted on the online agenda.
Thank you. Are there any amendments to the agenda? Is that the same?
That's for committee.
Okay. May I have a mover and seconder that the agenda be approved as presented? Councillor Kassar, Councillor Kretsch, please indicate your eScribe vote now. It's up now. And that passes 10-0. Declarations of interest. Members of the committee, are there any declarations of interest? Councillor Kassar.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Tattison. I've consulted with the Integrity Commissioner and will be following his advice to declare a non-disqualifying interest on item 12.1, which is an in-camera item related to 140 Gardner Road East, and that has to do with the fact that prior to becoming a councillor, I had taken a public position in order to preserve the marsh, which is on the lands in that application.
Thank you, Councillor. That is noted. Councillor Alex Wilson.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. I'd also like to note a non-disqualifying interest for the exact same reasons, taking public advocacy positions with respect to planning matters on this property prior to the 2022 election.
Councillor Kretsch, you have the floor.
Ditto.
So we'll assume that that's for the item 12.1. Thank you. Okay, those are noted. Any other noted interests? None? Okay. May I have a mover and a seconder to adopt the minutes? Oh, where am I here?
Page 5.
Thank you. May I have a mover and seconder to adopt the minutes of December 2nd, 2025 meeting? Councillor Beatty, Councillor Cooper, please indicate your hand vote now. That's unanimous. And we're on to delegations. Before we begin our delegations for today, members are reminded that questions of the delegations are for clarification purposes only, not for debate. A note to our delegates, you have 5 minutes to complete your delegation. You'll hear a tone after 4 minutes, and then you'll have an additional minute to finish up. Our first delegate is Sam Suvavan, respecting housing affordabilities issues affecting young adults. Is Sam in the building? Oh, sorry, it's virtually. Oh, thank you. This delegate is not able to attend today's meeting, and may I have a mover and seconder to defer the delegation to a future meeting? So Councillor Beatty and Councillor Cooper. And is that requiring a hand vote? That's unanimous. Thank you. Okay, I guess we're moving to our next delegate, Daniel Borelli from Lozani Homes, respecting demolition permit for 11 Lakeside Drive. And this one says that Daniel is here in the chambers. Thank you, Daniel. Come on down to the podium. As I said before, you have 5 minutes. At the 4-minute mark, you will hear a tone, and then you have 1 minute to finish up.
Good morning, committee. My name is Daniel Borelli, and I'm a planner, project coordinator with Lozani Homes. I'm here today to provide my submissions respecting the request to demolish the home located at 11 Lakeside Drive, which is described in the report PED 26007. I should note that Mars Homes also holds the 50% interest in the lands. The subject lands are occupied by a single detached dwelling. Surrounding the subject lands, residential in the form of low-rise housing prevails. The site is generally insulated by Lake Ontario to the north, QEW to the south, Jones Road to the east, and the Newport Yacht Club and Fruitland Road to the west. The subject lands are a parcel of land within a draft-approved plan of subdivision, which obtained draft approval in January 2024, and seeks to create 35 lots for single-detached dwellings. We are working to fulfill our draft conditions, and we have submitted 2 engineering submissions to staff for their review and approval. We have obtained a copy of the subdivision agreement, which is being reviewed by ownership and our consultants. Just as an aside, I'll note that at the end of last year, council voted to amend the demolition control bylaw to allow demolitions on sites that have obtained conditional site plan approval. However, for draft approved sites, an applicant must pass 2 or 3 tests. First, you must register the subdivision agreement, and then you must have your servicing and grading conditions satisfied. Demolitions for subdivision applications is a little bit more onerous process and would benefit from the same test that conditional site plan approval has, which is just obtained draft approval. As you can see here in the image, in the top corner, the future lots bisect the existing dwelling, and as such, the home will have to come down. Exterior photos. I took these photos yesterday, and I agree with staff that the home is in a poor state. From all the exterior angles of the home, it is evident that the home has outlived its primary function, being a safe place for people to dwell. Last slide. I have screen clipped a few items from the staff report. Namely, I want to reiterate that staff also find this home to be in poor condition. I'm here to ask that the alternative recommendation be endorsed by committee to allow staff to issue a building permit to demolish the home at 11 Lakeside Drive. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Borelli. I think we have one speaker with some questions, and that will be Mr. Jeff Beatty, Councillor Jeff Beatty.
Thank you, Chair, and through you, thank you, Daniel, for being here today. Often when we have a delegation, sometimes there's interior photos provided to give a snapshot of what the inside of the building looks like.
Sure.
Obviously, if you were doing this yesterday, you weren't able to do that. But is there anything that you can add to your presentation that might give insight into how long the building has been unoccupied, if services have been disconnected for how long, and any hints as to what the interior of the building might look like?
Sure. So before I left the office yesterday, I spoke with Bill Lisk from Lozani Homes. And it's my understanding that the home has been in a similar state since at least 2016, 2011. And so I didn't feel comfortable going inside the home. I don't know what the interior of that home looks like. If it's been boarded up for that long, I'd assume it's probably not safe. There might be mold and mildew and whatnot. So I wasn't ready to go in.
Okay, fair enough. And you said that the building has been occupied for essentially 10 years. Services, I'm assuming services are fully disconnected.
Yeah, when I walked the site yesterday, I noticed that hydro has been disconnected. And so I also believe that water has been disconnected. I've submitted the disconnection of services forms to different agencies. And so we've received those forms and they've been submitted to the building department. And I think water was one of them.
Okay. Last question through you, Chair. In terms of the planning process that you're going through to clear conditions to proceed, is there anything that you could add to how your feeling is that things are going in terms of that process? How close are you to shovels in the ground or starting some basic earth movement on the site?
Yeah, so we submitted our second engineering submission in December, beginning of December, I think it was the 5th. And staff have committed to returning comments to us at the end of this month. And then, depending on how those comments go, our third submission will be within the coming months. It's pretty quick for us to turn these things around. So, we feel pretty good that we'll be able to fulfill conditions mid to late year.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Councillor Beatty. We have Councillor Kretsch with questions next. Councillor Kretsch.
Thanks. So my understanding here is you're asking for us to make an exception to the policy, because I think you outlined two different items in the policy. You were saying that they relate to subdivisions, and you're asking us to make an exception to the policy. Is that right?
Yeah, so I think the demolition control bylaw says that the site must be draft approved, which we are. It says that the subdivision agreement must be registered. We do have a we do have the subdivision agreement. It's being reviewed by our consultants. And then the last test is the servicing and grading drawings be approved or fulfilled. So I don't know what the state of those drawings are just yet because they're with staff, but if I go back to my earlier point, if the site was subject to site plan control, and we have obtained conditional site plan approval, we wouldn't have to be here right now.
Right, but the current policy as it stands, you don't meet 2 of the 3 tests.
Sure.
Thank you. Secondly, my question for you is about why you're here. We're not preventing you from building here. No one's stopping you from doing that, and this home will be demolished eventually when you build. So what is the purpose of asking for this expedited process for the exception of the policy? Like, what benefit is there to you?
So ownership between Lozani and Mars has requested that the home be demolished. It's been in this state. It's not providing a function to anyone in the community. It's not in a state where anyone could go live in it. And so the house must come down and we're going to build on it eventually.
Yeah, I understand that. I'm asking you what the benefit of being here today is. Like, why are you trying to expedite this? Why are you trying to have it demolished outside the process? Like, there must be some benefit to you. I'm just asking you to be transparent about what that is.
The benefit is not to me. I'm not an owner of
Not you, I mean, whoever you're representing.
Yeah.
What's the benefit?
Just to speed up the process, I guess.
Okay, through the chair, I'll ask again. So we're not impeding you from developing whenever you want to, as long as the documents are in there. Like, you're going to build once it's been demolished.
Yeah.
So this isn't about speeding the process up. You're not ready to build yet. So what I'm asking you is why you're here asking for us to go around
so
the policy.
I think homes like this provide an unsafe are generally unsafe. I mean, they're subject to break-ins and whatnot. And, you know, we don't want to run that risk. We don't want to have to keep boarding up the property and continuing that property maintenance for something that's going to come down. It's a lot of cost. So if we were permitted to go ahead and demolish the house, we wouldn't have to keep boarding it up or responding to calls where someone is breaking in.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Kretsch. There's no more questions. May I have a mover? Oh, Delegate, there's no more questions, so you can sit down. Thank you. Oh, sorry. We have one more. Councillor Maureen Wilson.
Apologies for the late notice of the question. Obviously, I'm not as familiar with the site as you or folks who live in the area. The abutting neighbors, is the house visible for the residential property owners in and around the neighborhood? Through the chair, thank you.
Yeah, you can see the home from Lakeside Drive. Right across the street from this home is another boarded up home. And there's a new home that's being redeveloped or reconstructed. So yeah, neighbors can have full sight of this house.
Thank you for that.
Yep.
Councillor Esther Pauls has some questions. I'll get you. There you go.
Thank you. When a house is empty for 10 years, of course, liability is the biggest risk here. I'm just wondering, do you have to get insurance to have that house up there?
Yeah, I believe all of our properties are insured, so it's a risk against Lausanne and
Right.
Mars. Yeah.
So the biggest reason, I would think, is it's an eyesore, it's unsafe for everybody, and it's a liability to, the builder.
Of course.
So I actually think, I'll be voting for yes to demolish.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Pauls. I see no more questions for this delegate. The delegate may sit down now. Thank you. And may I have a mover and seconder to receive the delegation and refer it to consideration of item 9.1. Councillors Beattie and Councillor Pauls. There are no further, sorry. Please indicate your hand vote now. That's unanimous. Thank you. Lots of buttons to push around here today, sorry. First time in the driver's seat here. Items for information, we have none. And so I guess we're going to move to public hearings. The public has been advised of how to pre-register to be a delegate at the public meetings on today's agenda. If a person or public body would otherwise have an ability to appeal the decision of council, City of Hamilton, to the Ontario Land Tribunal, but the person or public body does not make oral submissions at a public meeting or make written submissions to the City of Hamilton before the bylaw is passed, the person or public body is not entitled to appeal the decision. If a person or public body does not make oral submissions at a public meeting or make written submissions to the City of Hamilton before the bylaw is passed, the person or public body may not be added as a party to the hearing of an appeal before the Ontario Land Tribunal unless, in the opinion of the tribunal, there are reasonable grounds to do so. So we're going to go to public hearings, 8.1. This is PED 26013, city-initiated application for a zoning bylaw amendment for lands located at 70 Hope Avenue, Hamilton, Ward 4. Staff, I believe we have a presentation from Jane Wang and Jennifer Roth online. Or here? Okay, come on down.
Hello, good morning, Chair, member of the committee, member of public, and the staff. My name is Jane Wang. I'm the planner with the Sustainable Community section in Planning Division. And today, here I'm to present the city-initiated zoning bylaw amendment application, CI-25-H, for the city-owned property located at 70 Hope Avenue in Ward 4. Staff are recommending approval of the application with holding provisions. In staff opinion, the proposed development is compatible with and complementary to the surrounding area, is contribute to a more compact and efficient urban form, and support the deliverable of affordable housing options for the community. Subject lands are located east of the Kenilworth Avenue North and west of Archibald Street. This is a through lot extended between Hope Avenue and Britannia Avenue, with a frontage approximately 27 meters on the Hope Avenue and 15 meters on the Britannia Avenue. A total site area of the 0.275 hectare. A portion of the property consists of a 7 meters wide public alleyway along the west side of the property. As shown on the location map, the subject lands are currently zoned and used as a municipal surface parking lot. There's existing easement across the site in favor of 263 Britannia Avenue for access to the rear yard parking space. The surrounding use include low-rise residential to the north and east, low residential and commercial to the south, the low residential commercial to the west along the Kenilworth Avenue North. The council has previously approved several strategy and plans to support the development of the affordable housing. Most recently, on December 13, 2023, council approved a report which directs staff to proceed with the necessary Planning Act application to permit certain surplus city-owned property, include this site, and to be used for affordable housing prior to their disposition to a nonprofit organization. The application implements the direction. The proposed zoning amendment would permit various type of multiple dwellings up to maximum height of 4-story, up to 50 dwelling unit, and up to 225 square meters of non-residential floor area on the ground floor. This approach provides a flexibility for future affordable housing provider at the detailed design stage. The concept plan illustrates two potential development options initially proposed. One is a 3-story apartment building with up to 50 units and a limited ground floor commercial space. Another one is townhouses with up to 33 units. In both scenarios, 13 surface parking spaces include 1 barrier-free space proposed. Parking would be accessed from Britannia Avenue via the public alleyway, which will be maintained. The existing easement provides the access to the backyard parking space for 263 Britannia Avenue would also be maintained. Based on internal agency review, the proposed zoning permits an increase up to 4 stories to accommodate the potential stormwater management infrastructure within the front yard, where maintaining the overall unit count. The final build form and the site design and the number of the units will be determined through the site plan control process once affordable housing provider or the developer has been selected. Following approval, the corporate real estate office will facilitate the transfer or lease of the land to a nonprofit housing provider. The following photograph illustrates the subject property in the surrounding context. This is the view of the property from the Hope Avenue. This is the view of the property from the Britannia Avenue. The sign was posted on both sides of the property. So this is a single detached dwelling on the adjacent property to the east on the Hope Avenue. This is a single detached dwelling on the adjacent property to the east on the Britannia Avenue. The existing easement provides access to the rear yard parking space for 263 Britannia Avenue. So single detached dwellings to the north across the Hope Avenue. So the public alleyway and a low-rise commercial property to the west. So low-rise residential and a commercial property to the south across the Britannia Avenue. This is a broader street contacts the Kenworth Avenue North, looking to north. Municipal Land Development Office and the Corporate Real Estate Office hosted a drop-in open house on the March 26, 2025, before the application submission. The application was submitted to the Planning Division on the August 22nd, 2025, and deemed complete on the September 19th, 2025. Notice of the complete application was sent to the property owner within the 240 meters on the September 26, 2025. Due to the Canada Post strike, supplementary notice were posted on the Hamilton Spectator on October 2nd and October 10th, 2025. Notice of public meeting was sent to the property owners on the January 2nd, 2026. So at the time of the writing this report, staff received 3 letters from the member of the public, which include Appendix G. In closing, staff support approval of the zoning bylaw amendment with the holding provision for the servicing matter and the record of the site condition. The proposal is consistent with a provincial planning statement confirmed to the Urban Hamilton official plan and represents good planning by making efficient use of the existing infrastructure, support compact development, and advance affordable housing opportunity. The holding provision will ensure all the servicing and the site requirement are addressed prior to the development. This concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. Thanks.
Thank you, Jane. Councillor Wang.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Just a couple of questions, because I'd like to just get some clarity on when was this property deemed surplus by the City of Hamilton? Do you happen to have that information?
This I will defer to my colleague.
Sorry for the delay. Leah McNamara, Manager, Strategy and Portfolio Planning. Through the chair, the property was declared surplus and ratified by council on May 7th of 2025.
Okay. Thank you. My next question through you, Chair, is question on revenue generation. So in terms of the parking lot, this is currently a parking lot. It's a municipal parking lot. I wonder if you can give us a sense of how much revenue this parking lot generates versus also how much it costs us to maintain, if you have that information. I might ask Director Steve Malloy if he has that information.
Thank you. Steve Malloy, Acting Director of Transportation Planning, and through the chair. I have some numbers from 2024 and 2025 regarding this lot, and I'll use approximate numbers. So essentially in 2024, we had about $7,750, round it, in terms of revenue that came in, with the cost of property tax is about $4,700, leaving us with about $3,000 and change. And that doesn't include, staff time to do maintenance, snow removal, and during winter and all that type of cost. So that's just kind of just strictly from a revenue coming in from various sources and the property tax cost. Fast forwarding to 2025, we had $7,300 in revenue, so a decrease in a bit in revenue, and our property taxes had increased up to about $5,600. So we had about a quote-unquote profit of about $1,650. Again, that doesn't take into account the maintenance costs and staffing costs to maintain that lot in good working order.
Okay. Thank you very much. My next set of questions, Chair, is could you just tell us a little bit about the holding provisions that are on this? So in order to make that move over, what are the holding provisions, if you have those handy?
Through Chair, so the holding provision is mainly focused on the servicing matter in the site condition, site condition record. So this is a provision. The holding provision is basically mainly come from the internal agency's comments. So the holding provision includes the revised functional servicing report to demonstrate there's a stormwater management tank located within the and and provide sufficient service for the sewage and sanitary sewage outlet sufficient capacity. And also the owner also need to make the satisfaction to into a registered on the title for the external work agreement with the city for the design, the construction of the stormwater sewer sanitary sewage within the existing city alleyway, and also need to complete a record of a site condition to make sure the property be appropriately prepared for the future development.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you very much. I can't remember, though, where are those holding provisions in the attached documents, or is that in an appendix somewhere?
So this is, you can find the holding division both in the report itself and also the zoning, the zoning bylaw draft.
Okay, thank you. My last question through you is, should this move forward, what are the next steps, if you happen to know?
Through the chair, this question I would defer to my colleague.
Through the chair, the next steps will be to bring the property to the market, which we're expecting will be in the next couple of weeks.
I see, okay, thank you. Chair, I have comments, but I'll wait until the actual report is on the floor, not right now. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Wang. I'm not seeing any other questions. So thank you for your presentation. We have, may I have a mover and seconder to receive the presentation? Councillor Pauls and Councillor Beatty. Please indicate, oh, sorry. I was focusing over here. Councillor Wang, you may have that. I think they'll defer to you, and then we'll have Councillor Pauls second it. Hand vote, please. That is unanimously supported. Okay, now we're moving to registered delegations. We have Jess Brand, Hamilton is Home, Indwell. And Jess is here in person. Come on down to the podium, Jess. Okay, Jess, when you're ready, thank you.
Good morning, Chair and members of the Planning Committee. Happy New Year. My name is Jess Brand, and I am Indwell's Regional Director here in Hamilton. I'm here speaking this morning, though, on behalf of Hamilton is Home, speaking in support of the zoning amendment for 70 Hope Avenue. Hamilton is Home, we are a coalition, as you may know, of affordable housing providers and developers who together have decades of experience working within our city to build more inclusive and resilient communities. Our spectrum of affordable housing options serve a broad range of residents, including our most vulnerable, our seniors, our working households, and people early in their careers. Affordable housing creates active, vibrant, economically stable communities, safe spaces where everyone can thrive. We know that every kind of personal and social stability requires stable housing that households can afford, and that building more affordable housing in communities where people want to live is a direct way to increase stability and vitality in our communities. Hamilton is Home members have demonstrated our willingness to step up to develop vibrant housing in our city. Here are just a few. I'm going to take us on a little tour of the community transformations that we've seen in our city through the development of affordable housing. This is West Ave, 2014 to now, which is home to 16 one-bedroom apartments and 7 two-bedroom apartments, operated by Sacagawea Nonprofit Housing, 23+ individual households. 106 Bay Street, 2012 to now, home to 35 one-bedroom apartments and 20 three-bedroom apartments. There are 55 individual households, including families with children. This is 1430 Main Street East, 2012 to now, home to 47 one- and two-bedroom apartments for individuals and families. This is a favorite of mine. Barton and Sherman. This empty lot in 2007 sat vacant until developed recently by Habitat for Humanity, now offering 5 affordable homes for families in a beautiful streetscape. I was there at the keying ceremony, and it was a pleasure to watch. Hamilton is Home members are willing to step up to develop the right housing mix for Hope Avenue. Planning Committee's decision to support the zoning application lays the groundwork for successful development in our city, making Hamilton home. Thank you.
Thank you, Jess. We have Councillor Wayne with questions.
Thank you, Jess, for your delegation today. Just, I wonder if you can give us a little anecdotal storytelling on how these homes that are different sizes for different sized families, how do they contribute to, say, the economic uplift within those neighborhoods that they happen to be invested in?
We see with all of our communities in Hamilton is Home, families locate and use the services that are close to where they live. Quite often, particularly in affordable housing, transportation is part of the story. So being able to walk to grocery stores, and it increases the service use in the community. From our local convenience stores to the grocery stores to the doctor's offices and dental services in the community, people access what's around them. And I can think of Bill, who lives at Main and Kenilworth, and if you are in the neighborhood, you've seen Bill walking around. He walks and keeps tabs on the development of the LRT. He takes care of his neighbors and walks down to the center on Barton in order to get his groceries and to go to Canadian Tire to shop for tools.
Excellent. My second question is, when it comes to, I guess, the building process, how would you help with connecting into the community about steps moving forward? I know that is also my job to do a lot of that work as well, but what does the Hamilton is Home Coalition, how do they connect into community, and what are some of the different ways in which they connect?
I think one of the things to start with is that Hamilton is Home developed our coalition because of a need and a desire to care for our city. And that means all of the folks who are living in our city. We want to develop more housing because we want to see our city thrive. And that includes the existing neighbors. And so for our affordable housing, as a collective of providers to integrate into the community, that is vital. So connecting with our neighbors, ensuring that through the construction process that people are being heard, that the mix is a good fit in the community, meets the needs of the community as well as the needs of the new residents. All of those pieces are part of what is important to us because we care about Hamilton being home.
Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions. Thank you, Jess, for your delegation.
Thank you, Councillor Wang. Councillor Esther Pauls.
Thank you. I almost pushed the button again. Anyways, thank you for your presentation. Out of the 1, 2, 3, 4 that you mentioned there, total was 104 units, which is amazing. I'm just wondering, and they're all for nonprofit organization, of course, are any of the housing with support, or are they just all individual that live on their own?
In the ones that I showed today, 2 of them are supportive and 2 of them are strictly affordable. And that's, so the city housing and the Habitat are strictly affordable, and then the Indwell and Sacagawea provide support within their housing. But this was just a snapshot of some of the examples around the city of the change that happens, positive changes, when we transform our community in this way.
Yeah, absolutely. And I love that some are with support, because I think that's what we need for some of our homeless people. They need support, and I know Indwell does a fantastic job. So I really thank you, and thank you for answering that. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Pauls. Any other questions? Not seeing any? Thank you very much, Jess. We have another registered delegation, and it's Kyla Leet from Acorn Hamilton. Kyla, as you make your way down, I'll remind you, you have 5 minutes. You'll hear a tone at the 4-minute mark, then you have 1 minute to close up. Then questions will be asked by councillors if needed. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning to City Councilors and the Planning Committee. My name is Kay Leet, and I'm the Board Chair of East Hamilton Acorn. And just as importantly for this delegation, I'm a tenant in one of the last remaining units of my Ward 4 neighborhood where rent is still below $1,000 a month. I live on Melvin Avenue, where I've organized alongside my neighbors to highlight the serious crisis faced by tenants due to the financialization of housing for more than a year now. My own rent will become unaffordable as I am an ODSP recipient in as early as 3 years. I often talk to my neighbors about a vision of a future where the constant threat of homelessness was taken away. It's a big vision of hope, so very appropriate that an affordable housing development would be built on Hope Avenue. Acorn is very supportive of the city looking to innovative solutions to build our affordable housing supply. This is what city building looks like. This is what Made in Hamilton solution to the housing crisis looks like. We look forward to future developments like this that secure affordable housing, not just for 3 years, but for a lifetime. Thank you for my delegation.
Thank you, Kyla. And Councillor Wing has some questions for you.
Kayla.
Hello.
Thanks for doing your delegation today. I know it's a little bit nerve-wracking, so thank you so much for being here. A couple of questions for you. So when you think about affordable housing, what does that immediately spring to mind for you? What is that?
Being able to live in your home, have dignity. I'm not asking for a handout. I just want to be able to pay my rent, pay my bills, live, eat food like everyone, the things we need to survive, and just get by and try and be productive like this. This is my way of being productive and helping people, is by helping myself and others.
Excellent, thank you so much. So when we talk about housing, what are some of the sort of amenities nearby that you would like to see in your housing?
Transit's very important, like bus stops for anyone, not just me. Groceries, the amenities like grocery stores, like the lady from Indwell said. It's very important for the amenities to be nearby, or there is transit to get to amenities, because lugging a bunch of groceries with, trying to carry a bunch of groceries isn't easy for me or probably the elderly or other people with disabilities. So those are very important, if possible, to have those amenities nearby.
Thank you. My last question through you, Chair, is when we talk about how we're building community, and I think about how affordable housing has all of these different kinds of families that go into them. How would you enable, or how would you envision a community looking like with or without affordable housing in those communities?
How would I look at affordable housing not in communities?
Perhaps I'll try and rephrase. I'm really sorry about that. I'm trying to figure out how best to ask a bunch of different questions around how do you envision community moving forward?
Being able to live together in different walks of life, but still living. We're not, no one's causing problems. We're all just trying to live. And it doesn't matter what walk of life you're from, who you are, what you do. We're all just trying to go home and have a good day and just live. And that's how I would see anywhere in the world, not just a certain way of life, as in housing or not. I just think with affordable housing, then there wouldn't be an issue of, am I going to be able to afford, like the stress would go down for many people. I'm sure that's very understandable.
Okay. Thank you so much, Kayla. Thank you so much for your delegation. I have no more questions, Chair.
Kyla, is it Kyla or Kayla?
Kayla.
Okay, thank you. It's Kyla pronounced here. Okay, so thanks, Kayla.
No problem.
And thank you, Councillor Wang. Kayla, you may have a seat. Are there any members of the public that wish to speak at this public meeting? Okay, we have someone. When you come on down, can you please share your name with us? Sal, does have to write it down? Do you have to? Okay, thank you.
Complex. Oh, did it just turn on?
You're on, and you have 5 minutes, and...
I'm going to talk loud anyway, so.
Okay, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Emily Guthrow. I live on Hope Avenue. And so while I'm not opposed to, of course, community housing mixed-use development, I have some concerns that I haven't heard being addressed. I'm going to try to wing this a little bit because I left my notes in the car. First concern really is that I haven't seen a community safety plan come out. Across the street, there's some images of a house. That's a known drug dealer, and there's often drug deals going on in the parking lot currently, which hopefully would be abated by development. But in the parking lot, across from the parking lot, it's privately owned, and that gentleman has built some illegal housing there. It's kind of like a well-known secret. And I'm curious, I don't use that alleyway anymore because I've had some interactions with individuals that felt unsafe. And so I'm curious, especially as the neighborhood becomes younger and turns over and there's lots more kids, what the city's plan is for safety in that area other than integrated police presence. Secondly, I don't see this aligning with the biodiversity action plan. So when I look at Indwell's properties or other properties developed in Hamilton, I'm not seeing native species being planted. We're not seeing green roofs being planted. There's no stormwater abatements, and those things are fairly easy and also really beautiful. As you probably noticed, our neighborhood's kind of ugly. I'm just going to say it out loud. And there's opportunities to make it not that way. And so I'm sort of curious what the thinking around that could be and what it could look like. My personal opinion is some of the community housing buildings we have are not aligned with some of the nicer architectural buildings in the city. I'm thinking like Westdale, which is where I'm from. And I'm curious about how that might affect property value over time, because I do own my home. I'm very, very fortunate. While I also understand that transit is super important for individuals, I don't see a lot of people taking it. And from my neighbors, part of it is accessibility. There's a lot of elderly individuals in my neighborhood that aren't able to walk to a bus stop, but also I don't take it because I just don't feel safe on the Barton Street bus. I have the t-shirt that says the city, or I survived the Barton Street bus because I took it once. And so I'm just curious if there's any thinking around or planning around community safety. Second point is construction. So I'm in a very unique and fortunate position where I work from home, but many of my neighbors do. And so I'm curious about the impact of noise, pollution, that kind of thing. We live, beside Dofasco. We're in a pretty heavily polluted area, and I'm not seeing a plan for any air quality improvements or abatements as we get a more dense living condition anywhere in the city. And it would be really nice to see those plans clearly laid out. Also, while construction is happening, I know there was talks about consulting with residents, but how is that going to affect my client-facing role and noise? I already am starting to feel unsafe walking my dog in my neighborhood. And so I'm curious if 100 families move in or 100 people, what is that going to look like? And I was really encouraged by hearing that families or the types of residents are matched to the neighborhood. We have a beautiful park in our neighborhood. There's lots of elementary schools. It would be great to see families move in, but will we be given a guarantee that it will be families and not other individuals who may have more violent tendencies? I know it sounds really mean, but it's true. I'm going to pause.
So are you finished at this point?
Sure.
Thank you. That's a lot to unpack for the chair right now on the spot. However, what I'm going to do is I'm going to let Councillor Wang take the floor right now and ask you some questions and then I'm sure that she's written some stuff down that we may be able to ask staff later on to clarify for you. Thank
I
you.
did send an email, but apparently it didn't go through. I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you for that, and we'll take note of that.
Thank you, Emily, for your delegation. So I tried to take a bunch of notes on the different questions that you had. So you asked about a safety well-being plan. You asked about biodiversity or essentially aesthetic of the neighborhood.
An alignment to the already ratified biodiversity action plan that was put forward by the Hamilton Nature Conservation Authority in 2021.
Okay. And then how will this development affect your property values?
Can I tack on to beautification?
Sure.
So when you were first elected, you had this really awesome ad that came out around revitalizing Kenilworth and restoring its beautification. Since then, 4 buildings have burned down, and there hasn't been a lot of movement on Kenilworth towards, businesses being updated. There's been a lot of landlords that have been allowed to get away with fairly bad behavior, which is not good for the community. And so what is the guarantee that this landlord will get away with good behavior? Now, obviously, Indwell is well-respected and an incredible company that has a good reputation, but how is that going to impact slumlords?
Okay, so that I think, okay.
That ties into beautification and community development.
Okay, so there was a bunch there. So
Yep.
I won't answer the Kenilworth revitalization, but you and I have a meeting afterwards. We can talk about all of those things one-on-one and after the fact, because it's not pertinent to what we're talking about today. I can ask the question about how a potential proponent or developer, I'll get some clarity on what the next sort of steps look like, because it may or may not be Indwell. It may or may not. I'm not really sure. So we'll get some clarity on the process again. But yeah, those questions are very valid. So thank you for those questions. Other questions you asked about was the impact of construction. Is that correct? So I can ask those questions as well. And then also, what would the community look like for essentially 50 to 100 people? So about maximum 50 units, so it could be 50 units, but then the townhouses are up to 33 units, right? So those are 2 different options right now. And then also, you would like to hear understanding of what the type of organization that may come in and the types of people. I don't know if we can answer that question just yet, but it's something that I've taken a note of. That's okay.
Can I also tack on one thing? So I think we talked earlier, my community, like I mentioned, we are a poor ward, as you can tell. Our average household income is about $22,000 less than the rest of Hamilton. We also have more social housing than any other ward. But you had mentioned, people can just email their comments. Most people in my neighborhood either don't own a computer or do not have any computer skills. And a lot of the seniors can't walk to the Kenilworth Library to access those computers. I know this because I filled out their vacant tax thing online because they needed help. They didn't know how to do it without calling the city. So I think any communication that happens to individuals, particularly in the 4 streets surrounding this property, needs to be in signage, in writing, door to door, because so many individuals on my street in particular do not have access to the internet or cannot afford it.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that. Okay, so I think that there was a lot there, but I'll leave that so the next part for us is when the report comes on the floor. I've taken some notes here. And then also you and I have another meeting scheduled later. Thank you so much, Emily.
Thank you very much. Okay.
Okay, there's no more questions. Thanks, Emily.
Thank you.
Are there any members of the public that wish to speak at this public meeting? Are there any members of the public that wish to speak at this public meeting? And finally, are there any more members of the public that wish to speak at this public meeting? Not seeing anyone coming forward, may I have a mover and a seconder that the public submissions were received and considered by committee and that the public meeting be closed? Councillor Wang and Councillor A. Wilson, please indicate your e-scribe vote now. It's okay. Thumbs up from Councillor M. Wilson. And that passes 12-0. That concludes 8.1. We're going to move to 8. Oh, thank you. May I have a mover and seconder to approve the report recommendations? Councillor Wang, Councillor Wilson. At this point, Councillor A. Wilson, sorry. Did I say M? Okay. Okay. And at this point, Councillor Wang may have some questions for the bench. Councillor Wang, go ahead.
Thank you. The last delegate had several questions, so I hope that we can, I may ask for some latitude, Chair, for just a tiny amount of time to just get through some of these questions. So the very first one, and I'm not sure who to direct this to, but it's asking whether we have done a bit of a safety and well-being plan for the community, given that the last delegate did identify several areas that the community is very concerned with. So I wonder if I can ask planning staff to kind of, or sorry, real estate, to kind of give us a sense of how we actually came to this point and what were some of those sort of factors around the, whether this is in line or not in line with how we came to this decision.
Through the chair, so from a real estate perspective, the site was identified based on a list of feasibility criteria. Lots of what was mentioned today regarding access to transportation, area amenities, medical support, social assistance, that type of thing. And then in addition to that, we review the utilization of the asset from a municipal perspective. As we heard, it is an underperforming municipal lot with a high operational cost. And so collectively, that's what we brought forward to GIC. And I would like to make a correction. I think earlier I did quote that it was surplused in 2025. It was actually surplused in 2017.
2017?
Yes.
Oh, so surplus way ahead of the before my even term. Okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. So when it came to the feasibility of it, some of these concerns, it sounds like, would be in line with the next steps because it's speaking about aesthetic, how it fits into the community, biodiversity plan, walkability, transit access, and that sort of thing. So can you just give us a little more sort of clarity on what are the next steps? Because at this point, we are really just rezoning from a parking lot to medium density dwelling, right? Medium density zoning. So how does that work? What is the next steps here?
So the next steps in terms of the disposition of the property would be to have a market offering go public in the next couple weeks. And that document outlines a number of criteria that any interested parties would be required to meet. Some of those are identified through a consultation with the Housing Secretariat, and many of them are coming out of direction from planning with regards to what would be required to accompany the rezoned permitted uses and restrictions.
So perhaps let me unpack this a little bit more. If it does go forward in terms of the actual rezoning, it goes out into the marketplace where it is a purchase or a lease of that land. What does that look like?
So through the chair, it would be a nominal land lease. So the city would retain ownership and it would be a long-term land lease agreement.
Okay, and then because of the holding provisions, because of all of the different criteria that are exact, some of the delegates' concerns, including access to safety as well as biodiversity and all of that stuff, would be outlined in any of those documents. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so then after that, then the proponent, whoever gets the potential land lease, they would come up. What are the steps after that? So that way the community can understand, they can bring forward their concerns when it came to, say, noise impacts or construction impacts, or some of their concerns in terms of, like, again, that biodiversity, that aesthetic. How does that sort of factor in to those next steps?
If I can, I would defer to Mel for that answer on that one.
Hi, Melanie Pham, Community Planning Program Lead in Sustainable Communities. In terms of the next steps for the planning process, the chosen proponent would be preparing a detailed design, and they would be going through our site plan process. and they would also have to do holding removal for the zoning. So at that point, we would be requiring things like a landscape plan. Staff comments, preliminary comments have already been provided, noting things like we're going to be requiring native plantings and tree plantings for the site. So right now we are looking at improving on the situation where the parking lot right now doesn't have any vegetation. So we will be looking at all of those items and as well things like the safety of the design. Our urban design staff would be looking at, crime prevention through environmental design, those types of design thinking to make sure that the development is safe in terms of how it's designed.
Okay, thank you. So I'm mindful of my time. I know that the second ding has already happened, but Chair, perhaps I can just offer some comments. The community is very tight-knit. As you heard, Emily, our delegate, represents a significant, tight-knit, very close community that really talks and works with each other. And I truly appreciate her coming out and speaking on behalf of what's happening at Hope and Britannia and that sort of thing. I think that at this moment, just to be clear, we are at a rezoning phase. The next step is to take it out to market. Then the following steps that will address the challenges that our delegate has brought forward will be addressed in essentially the step 3 of a multiple step process. So, but committee, I am highly supportive of this, and I do not want to discount the concerns of any of the community members that have come forward today. I also do not want to discount any of the concerns of those small businesses that are adjacent to this property. I believe that there is an opportunity for us to continue to work together, but I also see that this parking lot is an underperforming parking lot that from 2024, it was only generating $3,000, 2025 was only generating $1,500, and at any time when you drive through this area, safety and concerns about shady drug deals that happen in this community are because of a vacant lot. And when I see how any proponent in the Hamilton is Home Coalition or any nonprofit provider, I think that there is a real opportunity to come together, coordinate, communicate, but also create something beautiful where you have more eyes on the street, but you now create affordable housing where you start to see that mix of community come together. So committee, my hope is that you will continue to support affordable housing, continue to support gentle infill, because there are 2 options here, a 50-unit or a 33-unit townhouse complex. Gentle infill into a space in the Ward 4 community that has been seen as dangerous, unsafe, but now we can put families into these neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wang. And first-time speaker, Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Chair. Just also wanted to touch on communication. And that was a big deal for these people. It's a big deal. We've talked about this committee before. Councillor Pauls and myself had heard some of the same stuff in December when we had a community meeting where people went door knocking. So just as an organization, sometimes I feel like digital first is our approach, when in fact it doesn't match our community. We just need to be mindful of our community needs when it comes to communication. And what we heard today is that it should be an eye-opening experience for all of us, because whether you're in Ward 4 or Ward 8 or Ward 7, or wherever you are in the city, people are having the same challenges in terms of how we're communicating to people. So I just wanted to highlight that and not gloss over it. So thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Cooper. And Councillor Pauls.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure, the 33 units that are going to be, are they all affordable? Because I know there's some nonprofit that mix affordable and, affordable or non-affordable, like, regular market. I just want to make sure that, is this all affordable?
Who would like to take that on the bench?
I guess I will take that one as well through the chair. The ask will be that the entire development is affordable, yes.
That's the ask. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'd just like to share with Councillor Cooper that the application process did include public consultation with a drop-in open house that was attended by approximately 100 residents. Notices were sent to nearby property owners and public comments were documented. If approved, the corporate real estate office will facilitate the transfer of land to a nonprofit housing provider for development. Okay, thank you, sir. I'm not seeing anybody else requesting to make comments. So we had Councillor Wang and Councillor A. Wilson that moved it. Please indicate your e-scribe vote now. And that passes 12-0. That closes 8.1. Thank you. And we're on to 8.2. PED 24135B, Self-Storage Facilities Review, Amendments to the Rural Hamilton Official Plan and Zoning Bylaw, number 5-200 CI-24-E, citywide. Does council wish to see the presentation? Well, the chair would like to see it. So, yes. Thank you, Lucas. Come on down. This is Lucas Moscato Carboni.
Good morning, Chair, councilors, the public, and staff. I'm Lucas Moscato Carboni, a planner with the Zoning Bylaw Reform Team in the Planning and Economic Development Department. I'm here today to present PED 24135B, which provides a final update on the Self-Storage Facilities Review Project with amendments to the Rural Hamilton Official Plan and Zoning Bylaw 05200. This review was initiated in response to the evolving nature of the self-storage industry and the need to modernize zoning, zoning regulations that were originally designed for large, low-density, industrial-style facilities. Traditionally, self-storage has functioned as a warehouse-type style with drive-up units on expansive sites, typically located in industrial or arterial commercial areas. In September 2024, Council received the MHBC Self-Storage Facilities Policy Review Report, which examined industry trends and best practices and recommended a refined definition and updated zoning permissions to better integrate newer, more urban-compatible formats. Council directed staff to undertake consultation and report back with recommended zoning amendments, which has informed the work you see before you today. Building on the recommendations of the MHBC report, staff developed draft zoning regulations and undertook public engagement through the Engage Hamilton platform with an online survey conducted between March and April 2025 that received 203 responses. In parallel, a rural policy framework for self-storage facilities was developed, informed by Planning Committee feedback and public input. In September of 2025, Council received report PED 24135A, which presented draft amendments to the Rural Hamilton Official Plan and Zoning Bylaw number 05200. Since that time, the focus of the review has been on refining the Rural Official Plan policies through consultation with the Agriculture and Rural Affairs Subcommittee, and the draft zoning bylaw amendments remain unchanged from those previously presented in September. Staff developed an initial rule policy framework back in September 2025 to evaluate self-storage proposals in limited and context-specific circumstances. The framework is intended to support clustering of services to meet the rural community needs while reinforcing protection of agricultural viability and rural character consistent with the Rural Hamilton Official Plan. Under the proposed criteria, self-storage facilities would only be considered within rural settlement areas, on sites transitioning from existing rural industrial uses, where compatibility with surrounding land uses can be demonstrated, agricultural impacts are avoided, and approvals are secured through a zoning bylaw amendment and site plan approval. Following the discussion at the September 2025 Planning Committee and consultation with the Agriculture and Rural Affairs Subcommittee, staff examined whether limited self-storage permissions could be considered within the agricultural, rural, and specialty crop designations on sites transitioning from existing legal rural industrial uses. Building on the previously introduced framework, the evaluation criteria were further refined to allow consideration in limited circumstances to uphold the core principles of context sensitivity, protection of agricultural viability, and restricting permissions to sites in transition. In addition to these existing requirements, further safeguards were introduced, including the requirement for an agricultural impact assessments and limits on outdoor storage to support the compatibility with surrounding farmland and the preservation of the rural character. At the outset, I would like to note that the regulations being presented remain unchanged from those brought forward to the Planning Committee on September 9th, 2025. Self-storage facilities are proposed to be permitted in the mixed-use medium-density C5 zone, district commercial C6 zone, and maintained in the arterial commercial C7 zone. In the C5 zone, regulations manage ground floor presence, prohibit drive-up units, and limit visibility along key frontages to support pedestrian-oriented, transit-supportive environments. These same regulations apply in the C6 zone, along with a gross floor area cap to ensure compatibility with surrounding commercial uses. In the C7 zone, self-storage remains permitted under the existing framework, with a technical update to modernize terminology. In closing, as Hamilton expands its housing options and community demands evolve, there is a need to consider how complementary uses, such as self-storage, can support residences and businesses alike. These changes to permissions respond to this demand with compatibility and context in both urban areas and, in limited circumstances, the rural area. These recommendations establish a clear and consistent framework within the official plan and zoning bylaw, tailored to Hamilton's needs. I'd be happy to answer any questions from committee. Thank you.
Any questions from the floor? No questions. Councillor Wilson, will you take the chair while I ask some questions? Councillor M. Wilson.
You have it. Yes, please proceed.
Thank you. Just in terms of when we're asking what has changed as a result of the consultation with Ag and Rural, can you just clarify that and briefly summarize that for us?
Through the chair to Chair Tattison today, the consultation that occurred with the Agricultural and Rural Affairs Subcommittee was on September 22nd, 2025. Through that engagement, we did hear from delegates and members of the committee who were interested in expanding permissions for self-storage facilities within limited contexts to areas outside of rural settlement areas, particularly rural settlement commercial lands. And as a result, staff, working closely in tandem with policy planning staff, developed a bit of a wider framework, which includes expanding permissions to agriculture, specialty crop, and rural designations within the RHOP, which includes some regulations around limits on outdoor storage and ensuring that there is an agricultural impact assessment.
Okay, thank you for that. And then basically, that still follows provincial policy that was in place before, but we've just solidified it that there is a process now. Is that still requires a zoning change by the people that want to make that, follow through on that?
Through the chair to Chair Tattison, yes, there is a site-specific amendment that will have to be made on an application-based basis.
Okay, thank you. No more questions, and I'll take the chair back. Thank you. Counselor, hold on a second, I can't hear. Counselor Clark, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. You may go ahead.
Thank you very much. Just a couple of questions. Is this proposal going to enable property owners to store outdoor vehicles, Mack trucks, recreational vehicles, and the list goes on? We're having a real challenge, at least in my ward, with the proliferation of such storage on farmlands, and the leaking of the materials into the groundwater is not good for the farms that are further downstream.
Through the chair to Councillor Clark, the criteria that we've established in the RHOP explicitly state restrictions on commercial vehicles and associated trailers as a result to protect environmental concerns in the rural area. Staff are aware and acknowledge the presence and the issue of commercial motor vehicle parking or large vehicle parking on rural plots of land. There is a separate motion which has been developed by Council to address some of these concerns to the province at a later date.
And can you speak to the issue of what can only be deemed as salvage yards, kind of Red Fox salvage yards, where broken down front-end loaders and you name it, it's all just piled up there like a big metal pile right on farmland? And I understand they're trying to earn additional revenue, but there's significant risk to farms further downstream.
Through the chair to Councillor Clark, I will defer that question to my colleagues on the bench.
Through the chair to the councillor, Anita Fayback, Acting Director of Planning and Chief Planner. The report in front of council today does not deal with salvage yards, sorry. Those uses are prohibited throughout the rural area, so there are no permissions that would permit that type of use as of right, and is not being contemplated through this through these amendments.
Thank you for that. It's good to know that it's prohibited. I'd like to at some point speak to how we're going to enforce it, because we have not been. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Clark. At this point, there are no other speakers. And may I have a mover and seconder to receive the presentation? Councillor Cassar, Councillor Beatty. Please indicate with a hand vote now. That seems unanimous. Thank you. Are there any members of the public that wish to speak at this public meeting? Are there any members of the public that wish to speak at this public meeting? And one final time, are there any members of the public that wish to speak at this public meeting? Therefore, may I have a mover and seconder that there were no public submissions received regarding this matter, and that the public meeting be closed? Councillor Cassar, Councillor Beatty again. Please indicate your e-scribe vote now. That passes 11-0. May I have a mover and seconder to approve the report recommendations? Councillor Cassar, Councillor Beatty again. Anyone wishing to make comments at this time? Councillor Clark, did you want to make a statement? Okay, thank you. Please indicate your e-scribe vote now. That carries 11 to nothing. And closes that section. We're on to 8.3, PED 25038A, Strategic Amendments to the City of Hamilton Zoning Bylaw number 5200, former City of Hamilton Bylaw number 6593 to implement regulations for residential care facilities, Zone CI 25A citywide. Does anyone wish to see this presentation? Yes? Lucas, can you come on back down? Thank you. Keep you busy today. You may begin.
Thank you. Good morning again, Chair, Councilors, and public. I'm Lucas Moscato Carboni, a planner with the Zoning Bylaw Reform Team in the Planning and Economic Development Department. I'm here today to present PED 25038A, Strategic Amendments to the City of Hamilton Zoning Bylaw number 05200 and former City of Hamilton Zoning Bylaw 6593 to implement regulations for residential care facility zones. In 2019, planning staff brought forward a discussion paper to Planning Committee on residential care facilities and group homes. The review examined how zoning regulations could better align with human rights principles, including changes to definitions, capacity limits, and separation distance requirements. Council supported public engagement in integrating this work into the residential zones project. As part of the first phase approved in 2022, the definition of residential care facility was updated and minimum separation distances were removed. In 2024, through Phase 2, further amendments eliminated maximum capacity restrictions, providing greater flexibility to support inclusive and supportive housing across the city. In 2025, Council approved strategic and technical amendments to the Urban Hamilton Official Plan and Zoning Bylaw number 05200 to further implement the residential zones as part of a continual process, along with amendments to the former City of Hamilton Zoning Bylaw 6593. During Planning Committee, questions were raised regarding changes to radial separation and capacity limits for residential care facilities. As a result, the amendments were deferred to allow staff to meet individually with members of Council to provide further clarification. At the outset, I would like to note that the proposals before you remain unchanged from those presented at the April 8th, 2025 Planning Committee meeting. The following changes continue to further implement the 2019 report recommendations, including removing radial separation distance requirements and the moratorium area for residential care facilities from Zoning Bylaw 05200. These changes respond directly to concerns raised by the Ontario Human Rights Commission and reflect current best practices across municipalities, recognizing the evolution of residential care facilities since these restrictions were introduced. Removing these barriers expands housing choice and allows residents requiring supports to live in their preferred communities. Thank you. I'd be happy to answer any questions from committee.
Councillor Esther Pauls, you're first.
Saw one, it says to remove capacity restriction. Do you mean how many people live in the residential facility or the amount of residential facility in that neighborhood? Can you let me know what it means?
Certainly. Through the chair to Councillor Pauls, the removal of radial distance separations addresses the amount of buildings within a certain area that can house residential care facilities, and the capacity restrictions on those individual buildings will be removed and will be dealt with on a case-by-case basis.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pauls. Is that it?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Next on our list is Councillor M. Wilson.
Thank you. Thank you, Planner Lucas, for the presentation. Similar to my previous colleague who just spoke, I'd like to gain a better understanding of the capacity, the lifting of the limitations and the rationale behind that, please. And if the recommendation goes ahead in lifting the capacity, you use the word case-by-case basis. I'm trying to best understand what policy or parameters inform that. Through the chair, please.
Through the chair to Councillor Wilson, I would like to defer that question to my colleagues on the bench. Thank you.
Excuse me.
Lana Fulford, Supervisor, Zoning Bylaw Reform. So one component of those recommendations that came out of the 2019 discussion paper and consultation was the removal of capacity restrictions, meaning that the zoning bylaw specifically states that X number of individuals can reside within that location. That removal has subsequently occurred through the residential zones project so far in the residential zones in 05200, and the proposal here is that we further extend that to existing zones in zoning bylaw 05200. And with the removal of that restriction, what is intended to occur is that density, size, capacity is instead dealt with through the zoning provisions of that particular, of a particular zone. So those are built form restrictions like setbacks, maximum building height, that will place limitations ultimately on the intensity of use of that property. So that is the way to moving forward. That has been already implemented in certain zones, and that we're proposing to continue to implement through these amendments instead of having a maximum number of residents.
Thank you. So just so I'm fully understanding, I appreciate that overview. The removal, if I heard correctly, the removal of the capacity restrictions has already taken place in certain parts of the city, and this proposal is to extend it to the remaining areas. Could you just clarify that for me? Thank you, through the chair.
So through the chair to the councillor. So what has occurred to date is through the residential zones project, as new residential zones were introduced to citywide zoning bylaw 05200, the recommendations of the previous staff reports on this issue have been implemented as those zones are introduced. So the low density residential zones that permit residential care facilities, the mid-rise residential zones that permit residential care facilities have reflected these recommendations. So what we are doing through further amendments is we have to implement those latest changes or further changes to existing zones. So that's part of sort of the ongoing work of the residential zones project, and that was kind of part of what was brought forward in April of last year with the report that originally introduced these amendments. So of the existing zones that in 05200 that permit this use, we're now updating them to reflect the latest standards, so they're consistent with what the permissions are in the residential zones of 05200.
Thank you. So, sorry, Chair. Sorry to sound so thick on this. So if I take a map of Hamilton, I'm just trying to understand better from a very pedestrian point of view, what are the existing zones that we're now including in lifting capacities? It's still not clear to me. And then I have some questions about, again, the case-by-case element through the chair.
Through the chair to the councillor. So There are 2 downtown zones, so these are zoning bylaw 05200 zones. There are 2 downtown zones. There's the 3 institutional zones, and there are a series of commercial and mixed-use zones and transit-oriented corridor zones that permit this use.
Okay.
And it is within those zones that the changes are being proposed to, so that they reflect the amendments that, or they reflect the permissions of that use in the residential zones of the same zoning bylaw.
Chair, how much time do I?
You're over time, but I'll allow last question. Okay, so you'll come back on then? Thank you. We're going to go to Councillor Nan.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the presentation. Could staff comment on the timeline requirements that must be met to make a final decision on this matter?
Sorry, through the chair to the councillor. So there was no timeline associated with those initial recommendations. So we are not within some specific timeline to implement these changes, which is why the approach has sort of been to do it incrementally here.
Thank you. And in the presentation, there's reference to consultation with individual councillors. Could we get some light shed on that in terms of when those consultations took place? I'm going back through my calendar pretty rigorously right now, and I don't see an opportunity to have had the consultation.
Excuse me. Anita Fayback, Acting Director of Planning and Chief Planner. Just to confirm, as outlined in the presentation, this report and recommendations were brought forward. It was following that planning committee that there was a specific request to have further consultation with a member of council. That is the meeting that occurred.
Oh, it's just one member of the committee back in 2019?
Through the chair to the councillor, it was coming out of the meeting that occurred in 2025 when this report and recommendations were originally brought forward to planning committee.
Okay, thank you. Chair, I haven't had the opportunity to have a consultation on this matter. Ward 3 has the highest concentration of residential care facilities of any other ward in the city. I would respectfully request at the appropriate time, similar to that consultation that was granted to a member of the committee last year, that a similar opportunity be afforded to me. I don't want to bog down committee with the number of questions that I have today on this file. I would appreciate the opportunity to have that consultation. So at the appropriate time, I'd like to move to defer with instruction for that consultation. Thank you.
Okay, so if that's the case at this moment, do we have that vote for the deferral? Clerk?
I would recommend that we continue on with the committee questions, and then we can move the deferral.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Wilson, do you still have questions? Well, hold on a sec. Councillor Nan, are you finished?
Yeah, because as I indicated, I have a number of questions and I don't want to bog down committee work with them.
Okay.
So I prefer to have that consultation separately. Thank you.
Okay. And Councillor Wilson, you have the chair, or you have the floor now.
Yeah, I'm very supportive of the deferral. And so if there is an opportunity for one-on-one and or a roundtable, I mean, I also don't want to take up the timeline of my colleagues. So if I'm sensing a support for a deferral, then I'll pause rather than overload everyone this morning. Thank you.
Okay, I think there's one more speaker here. Councillor Brad Clark, who's a non-voting member. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. So the main gist of this is to eliminate radio separation bylaws, which the city of Hamilton has known are contrary to human rights for several years, going back 2 or 3 terms of council. Is this proposal now going to permit residential care facilities to be constructed or created outside of the downtown and anywhere in the city? I mean, I have group homes in my ward. I'm not aware of any residential care facilities. Can I just get clarification on that?
Through the chair to the councillor. So the proposals, proposed amendments before committee do not make any amendments to where residential care facilities are permitted. So the zones that permit them is unchanged through the proposed amendments here. And that does include, they are permitted now in low-density residential zones, other residential zones, and then the list of zones that I mentioned earlier. So again, that is unchanged through these proposed amendments.
Just need some clarification because I'm not sure I got an answer. Residential care facilities can be constructed or implemented anywhere in the city of Hamilton. They do not need to be done in downtown Hamilton. Is that correct? Or am I misreading the bylaw?
Through the chair to the councillor, that is correct.
Okay. And to clarify on the radial separation, many cities have been challenged on a radial separation, which legitimately means that you draw a circle around wherever a residential care facility and you can't have another one within a certain distance. Your recommendation to eliminate that type of radial separation is to ensure that the city of Hamilton complies with the law.
Through the chair to the councillor, I want to be careful on language here. It's my understanding. It's not the law. It is certainly recommendations that came out of an Ontario Human Rights Commission case.
And so is legal in the room?
Councillor Clark, legal is conferring right now.
I'm trying to understand, to clarify, is this now common law? Because the Human Rights Commission made a determination. There have been other court cases to my knowledge, so we would be challenged to maintain radial separation bylaws for residential care facilities.
Through the chair, Patrick McDonald, Legal Services. Apologies, but that question, the nature of it, would probably be something that have to be dealt with in camera, given that it's a question of legal advice.
So I guess.
So is it
Councillor
common law or is it not? It's not advice that I'm asking. Has there been a determination by the courts in Ontario in support of the Human Rights Commission decisions, thereby prohibiting radio separation bylaws? It's really a simple question. I'm not seeking for legal advice. Yes or no?
Through the chair, my apologies, that's not, that's a question I can't answer off the top. It's certainly something legal can review and come back with an answer on.
I would suggest that that would be most appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Councillor M. Wilson, you're still up. If you wish to go ahead.
Thank you. I don't mean to be disrespectful, but if staff can answer the following question, is there a radial separation still active in the city of Burlington?
Through the chair to the councillor, we don't have that information readily available, but can look into it and provide council with a response.
Thank you.
Okay, at this point, I'm suggesting that Councillor Nan has made a deferral motion. Okay, sorry, Lucas. May I have a mover and seconder to receive the staff presentation? Councillor Kassar, Councillor Wang. Please indicate with a hand vote now. Unanimous. If we're going to defer, I'm going to ask that we keep the public meeting open at that time. Is that okay, Councillor Nan?
If that's appropriate procedure, I'm happy to comply, Chair. Yeah.
Okay, and then at this point, I'll ask right now if there's anyone, no, we're deferring, right? So does the public get a chance here if someone's in this?
Yes, I would recommend doing a call out in case there's
Okay,
any
thank
members
you.
of the public here. Thank you.
So are there any members of the public that wish to speak at this public meeting? Looking around. Are there any members of the public that wish to speak at this public meeting? And one final time, are there any members of the public that wish to speak at this public meeting? Okay, so now we're going to move to the deferral motion, that it be deferred until what time, Councillor Nan?
Thank you, Chair. I think that it's a motion to defer in order to give staff an opportunity to consult further with council members around the table at Planning Committee, and if it's appropriate, Q2 and report back to Planning Committee by Q2 2026. And be
Okay,
moved by
defer
myself
to a
and
future
seconded by
meeting in
Councillor
Q2.
Wilson.
Okay, sorry, deferred to a future meeting in Q2 2026. Okay. I imagine, is that an e-scribe? Okay. I would put Councillor M. Wilson as the seconder. Does anyone wish to speak to that? I'm not seeing that. I'm not seeing any requests. So let us vote. The e-scribe is up now. This is for the deferral. Okay, that deferral passes 12-0. Thank you, Councillor Nan and Councillor M. Wilson, for your leadership there. I guess we don't have any recommendations, so we're moving forward to items for consideration. 9.1 is the PED 26007 demolition permit, 11 Lakeside Drive, Stony Creek. May I have a mover and seconder to approve the recommendations in the report? Okay, what we'll do is we'll go to Councillor Beatty, who is choosing to move the alternative. Councillor Beatty has the floor.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. At the appropriate time, and I'll seek guidance from Elsie Kelsey in terms of the sequences of events that needs to take place in order for me to move the alternative. If it is better to put the report on the floor or just simply move to the alternative, I'm happy to do so, and at the appropriate time, Chair, happy to speak to it.
Okay.
I'd be
I have
trolling for a
Councillor-
seconder.
Okay, and Councillor Cooper is going to second. So does that mean that we push people that wanted to speak initially? Or, okay, so what we'll go, I guess, because I have Councillor Kretsch up. Okay, Councillor Kretsch, you have the floor. I'll let you speak.
Thank you very much. I did try to ask the proponent these questions, but I also want to ask staff the same questions. My understanding from the discussions I've had, and these are anecdotal discussions, and I believe staff have also had similar discussions, some of the drive related to trying to have these properties demolished quicker is to avoid paying the vacant unit tax. Just want to ask staff if they've also had those anecdotal discussions or are aware of that at all. Whomever can answer that question.
Rob.
Rob Lally, Chief Building Official. Thank you for the question, Councillor. I'll start off and then maybe I'll defer to Acting Director Dan Smith to see if he may have heard something similar as he maintains the vacant building bylaw. So as further to the report that I brought forward in December of 2025, we had seen an uptick in the number of demolition reports that I brought forward to committee. And through some of the discussions that we've had with the various landowners over time, asking questions like, why are these applications coming forward now? As you heard earlier today from a delegate, that property had been vacant for approximately 10 years. Some of that discussion is about having to avoid paying the vacant unit tax. There's also incurred costs for them for having the building, to having the structure on the vacant building registry. So to avoid some of those costs, it'd be, we should be granting them demolition.
Thanks, answers my question. The second question is respect to the different steps in the test. As far as I understand that, the ownership for those steps or that test is under growth management. Recently, the demolition control bylaw was reviewed, and there was, of course, an opportunity at that point to get rid of these 3 steps if we wanted to, as part of the policy. In fact, it was before council, and we all could have just said, you know, we don't think this policy makes sense, or the 3 steps don't make sense, and let's get rid of the steps. But we decided to leave the policy as is. Can I get someone from growth management to answer the question about why the 3 steps are still there and why they're important? And those steps are draft plan of subdivision approval, grading requirements satisfied, and servicing requirements satisfied. We just reviewed this policy, so I'm assuming we kept them there for a good reason.
Through the chair, Ashraf Hanna, Director for Growth Management and Chief Development Engineer. There are one of the conditions have been satisfied, which is draft plan approval. The other conditions relate to service. The servicing is it has to be tested to make sure that it's in good condition before the demolition takes place. So it would be determined if it could be reused or it has to be replaced.
Okay, and you decided that these were important to keep in place. I guess if you can maybe explain to the committee why it was important to retain these tests.
Would you like to?
Through Mr. Chair, Binu Korea, Director of Development Engineering. Normally in a subdivision process, first, we have to look at the grading. The overall grading for the subdivision is maintained because there are houses around it. We wanted to make sure the overall grading is approved and these properties actually can be serviced. Then the demolition actually happens. That's why we kept those process still applicable. But the site plan is actually different. We are actually just dealing with the one site and all the grading servicing is particular to that site plan. But the subdivision is different. It's a bigger lots and there are trees. We wanted to make sure those trees are actually protected and overall grading is actually done prior to the demolishing the building.
Okay, so you have legitimate planning reasons and professional reasons why you think it's important to maintain these 3 tests. They're all part of the policy. This fails 2 of the 3 tests. From my perspective, this is about dodging the policy that we have put in place as a council that we recently updated and worked, and it's about, you know, avoiding the vacant unit tax. So for me, I'm not going to support this. I think it's very important that we support the policy we have. We have all had a recent opportunity to change that policy and bring amendments here. In fact, the folks who had the policy here had a list of alternative recommendations that we could have taken up. We didn't take any of those recommendations up. So I think it's weird for us now suddenly to be saying, well, you've come forward here now and you don't want to fulfill these policy requests, so that's okay with us. I don't get it. No one has gone inside this house to look at the internal condition of the house. There's nothing about that was said here except for supposition. The person said they never went inside because they didn't feel safe doing so. So we have no idea what's going on inside the house at all. And again, if there were safety issues that were severe or concerning, that's been captured in the new demolition control bylaw, and staff could act on that. So there's no safety issues here. I'm just trying to follow the policy we have because these demolition permit applications just keep coming forward. And I don't think it's our purview here to do this at council or committee meetings. If we want to do it, change the policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kretsch. Councillor Nan.
Thank you, Chair. Similarly, given that we just had the opportunity before the year end to review the demo control bylaw changes, part of the goal of having the bylaw change is so that we could move away from these site-by-site analyses and or kind of positioning why one demolition may now eke in through council approval versus the conditions that are stipulated in the bylaw. And the fact that staff has said 2 of the 3 have not been satisfied right now is sufficient grounds in my view, to let staff continue working with the proponent, get the proponent to fulfill their obligations, and go forward with the demolition. Like this is not a no, you cannot demo. This is there are specific standards that need to be met. We recently just revised that policy. So as a municipality, I think it's really important that we give our bylaws the opportunity to stand and be tested, but more importantly, give our proponents and the development community an opportunity to align with those changes. There was ample opportunity for consultation prior to the bylaw changing at the end of the year for people to make those proposed changes so that we could avoid this situation of site-by-site amendments and changes to our demolition control. So I will not be supporting the alternative and will be supporting the original staff recommendation to deny demolition. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nan. Councillor Pauls.
I find it kind of ironic. They want to tear it down because they don't want to pay the vacant tax unit. That vacant tax unit gives me shivers. The reason there are houses that haven't lived for 10 years is because they're unfixable. There's liability. And the reason is why they weren't allowed to be torn down is because we had a bylaw that says unless you have a plan, unless you have the print ready to go, you cannot tear it down. So we are penalizing people that have buildings that should be coming down because we want their money. And you know why houses are going up? Because incidents like this. The vacant tax unit, they probably, it's not worth anything, that house. I don't know the house, but when I looked at it, I thought, do you think the builder is going to fix it up and rent it so he doesn't have to pay the vacant tax unit? This doesn't make sense to me. The builder probably is not worth anything, that house. That house should be torn down, even though it's not in my area. It's an eyesore. And the worst thing is this, liability. You can't even get it insured properly. So to say it's because we put in a bylaw to say that everybody, should pay the vacant tax unit if it's not people living in there. Nobody can live in that house unless the builder decides to build, fix it, and then rent it. And at that moment, I don't think, as I looked at it, it looked like it. It looks like it should come down. So I'm going to support to tear it down. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pauls. And just noting that the delegate did say that all their properties were insured. Okay, just for your piece of information there.
I know, but it's still liability. If somebody gets hurt, if somebody goes in there and gets hurt, there is a higher liability.
Thank you. Okay, just noting, want that on the record. Next speaker is Councillor Beattie.
Thank you, Chair. And I'm hoping I can just kind of bring it back to a practical level and noting the commentary from some of my colleagues in terms of perhaps there are still some changes, fine-tuning, amendments, adjustments that could be made to the bylaw to improve the flow in the process, and taking that to note and saying that I'll have some conversations with the chief building official and get his thoughts on that at a later time. For historical context, when the delegate is correct that it has been abandoned for at least 10 years. Members will also take note that it's surrounded, there's nothing surrounding it. There were no other homes neighboring on that street, on that side of the street, and that is because they have already been demolished. This is the final phase of a subdivision development project that started 1988. So this is closing out the last phase. It's always been anticipated. To my mind, there's not a whole lot of difference between what we're looking at here and many of the other applications from the Stoney Creek area, particularly in the Stoney Creek urban boundary expansion, that have come forward and been approved as an alternative to the recommendation because they may not meet specific tests, granted. But from a practical standpoint, what we're talking about here is a building that is a liability to the community. I would put it beyond just the property owner. It's surrounded by residential, and it has every potential to lead to negative impacts on the community. And that's what I'm looking to try to address by moving the alternative. It will be developed shortly. I think that the proponent is asking for this to happen more quickly. I'm not going to put any motive on their point. I don't think any motive should be assigned, and others may wish to assign motive. That's fair. I'm not going to do that. I think I'm just looking at this at a face value. This is a derelict home. There's no pictures of the interior because the applicant didn't feel safe to go inside based on the exterior. And having seen the home myself on the outside, I wouldn't go inside it either. So really, this is about removing blight from the community in preparation for orderly development. All of the services are going to be rebuilt on this street. A brand new street is going to be built here. This is a private road that's going to become a public right-of-way. There's all kinds of benefit that will happen in due course. Hopefully as soon as this year. This has been ongoing. I've been following this file since before I was elected. I remember this coming to Planning Committee in August of 2022, some of the initial conversations. So this is just the continuation of a lengthy process to get to new homes being built in the area to finish out the neighborhood. This is expediting the process some to allow the property owner to move ahead in some form while they clear conditions, and then we move forward. So I'm going to ask for support to move the alternative, and we'll see where that goes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Beatty. And Councillor Kretsch is final speaker.
Thanks. I don't disagree with Councillor Beatty from a practical perspective with some of the points that he's making, and we're not really preventing the developer from doing anything here. The developer just has to satisfy the conditions that have been put forward by planning staff, and then when those have been satisfied, they can apply for the demolition permit. Pretty straightforward to me. A couple things, though, that I think are worth mentioning is, I don't think it makes sense for us as councillors to sit and complain about city policies and say, well, we have this policy in place, and what are we going to do? I know, as legislators, put forward some legislation and change the policy if you don't like it. The reason why the developer is doing this is also not 100% relevant, but I think two things about what the developer has done matter. When the developer bought this property and when they decided to stop servicing this home and letting it be a unit, that was a choice that they made. The reason why it's a blight in the community is because the developer, who knew they had an obligation here and knew they had a property here, didn't maintain it, boarded it up, and didn't repair it when it was probably in a repairable state. That's a choice that they made. Now other legislation is coming to bear, and now they're reconsidering that 10 years later. But the choice was made, and it continues to happen where developers say, I'm going to take on a property. I know there's a place here that could be maintained and leased out or whatever it may be. I choose not to do that, but now other people should be responsible for that decision I made. Nope. I think that people should be responsible for the decisions they make when they decide to board properties up, leave them to rot in the community. They should have to maintain them, hire security to fix them, and follow the city's policies. Otherwise, I think it sends a message that we're going to continue to let people let those properties rot, and then we're going to sort of solve the problem for them 10 years later when it becomes a problem for the community. Developers who take on these properties have responsibilities too. Thanks.
Salient points, Councillor. Thank you very much. At this point, there's no more speakers, so we're going to go to the alternative. So is there the mover and seconder? Okay, so we're going to go to a vote, and it's an e-vote. Okay, thank you. And just for clarity, a yes vote means that you're in support of demolition.
Sorry, Chair, could you just clarify? We're on the alternative, correct?
We're on the alternative, and a yes vote would support demolition. And that carries 9-3. Nine two. Thank you. That closes that, and we're now on to 9.2, PED 2602, City of Hamilton response to Planning Act amendments in the Provincial Bill 60, Fighting Delays, Building Faster Act 2025. Staff has a presentation. Does the councilors wish to see that presentation? I've seen some nodding, so let's, from all around, thank you. And it's Mark Kaler and Alana Fulford. Oh, looks like it's 3, okay. Charlie's going to join.
Good morning, Chair, members of committee, fellow staff, and the public in attendance. My name is Charlie Toman. I'm the Program Lead, Policy Planning and Municipal Comprehensive Review within the Sustainable Community section of the Planning Division. I am joined with Alana Fulford, Supervisor of Zoning Bylaw Reform, and Mark Keller, Site Plan Lead, both also within the Planning Division. We will be providing a presentation on City staff's response to Planning Act changes in Bill 60 and related Environmental Registry of Ontario, or ERO, postings. Just to start off with some background, on October 23rd, 2025, the province introduced Bill 60, titled the Fighting Delays Building Faster Act. And alongside Bill 60, the province released 12 separate Environmental Registry of Ontario postings related to the land use matters shown on the slide. The postings which staff responded to in this report are the amendments to the Planning Act, the consultation on minimum lot sizes, and consultation on enhanced development standards. Staff reviewed and provided comments on all Environmental Registry of Ontario postings that impact the City of Hamilton prior to the commenting deadline of November 22nd, 2025. It's important to note that Bill 60 received royal assent on November 27th, 2025. So I am going to get things started by looking at the Planning Act changes, which were adopted through Bill 60. First, historically, the Planning Act required that all planning decisions be consistent with the provincial planning statement and conform to provincial plans. Going back to 2023, the province approved Bill 997, and this amendment allowed the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing to issue minister zoning orders that are not consistent with the PPS or conform to provincial plans. Bill 60 goes further by allowing any provincial minister to make a decision that is not consistent with the provincial planning statement or provincial plans except for within the Greenbelt area. Staff strongly opposed this change. Provincial policies provide the foundation for Ontario's planning system, guide municipal official plans, and are relied upon by the Ontario Land Tribunal. Staff commented that this amendment undermines policy certainty, weakens evidence-based land use planning, and reduces transparency and public trust in the land use planning process. Bill 60 also amended the Planning Act to allow the province to no longer require minister's zoning orders to be issued via regulation. Staff's comments in response to this change supported efforts made by the province that make decisions on minister zoning orders easier to find, and also efforts made by the province to provide more information on the associated development proposal with any MZO. Bill 60 also amends the Planning Act to exempt some amendments to protected major transit station areas from requiring provincial approval. Staff supported this amendment, which will reduce the amount of time required for city councils to make amendments to these areas. I will now turn it over to Elena.
Thank you, Charlie. So I'm going to start off by talking about some of the changes that occurred late last year. Through changes to the Planning Act, as of right, variations to the minimum setback requirements are now permitted by up to 10% without a need to submit an application to the Committee of Adjustment. This applies to residential lands in the urban area. Now, further, through a ERO posting 0250197, the province is requesting feedback on expanding this as of right permission to zoning provisions respecting height, lot coverage, parking, etc. So to summarize staff's comments, consistent with the comments that we provided previously, we've indicated that staff are in opposition to these changes as they undermine the extensive evaluation and consultation that informs the development of performance standards in the zoning bylaw. There may be certain performance standards established where even a 10% deviation from this minimum requirement may have negative impacts, particularly if impacts are compounded by successive reduction in requirements. An example being a 10% increase in lot coverage. So if this is successively applied in more constrained urban environments, there could be potential impacts on stormwater management. The province then asked about, and then through a further ERO posting, the province is seeking comment on reducing and removing minimum lot size requirements and posed a series of questions for feedback. So the first question was around the benefits and risks associated with reducing or removing lot size requirements for lots that are in low-density urban residential areas. The province has indicated this is to encourage gentle density housing supply and to broaden housing choice. Staff contend that additional dwelling unit permissions have provided significant opportunities for gentle intensification in the city's neighborhoods, and this really has been a key factor in increasing housing opportunities. It's staff's opinion that in the urban environments that are predominant in Southern Ontario, lot size is not acting as a barrier to gentle intensification. We see in newer suburban neighborhoods that smaller lot sizes are very common there. In terms of risks to implementing these changes, the minimum standards established are in place for a reason to ensure standards of site access, design, functionality, all of those are maintained, and respond to infrastructure needs. The province has also asked if there are circumstances where having established a minimum lot size in zoning bylaws are absolutely necessary. Staff's response outlined the factors that necessitate a minimum lot size, namely to ensure adequate on-site drainage, particularly in areas without full stormwater infrastructure, to maintain site access, maintenance abilities, to provide for the provision of landscaping and trees, and to maintain functionality overall of the site and built form. Staff do note that larger minimum lot sizes may reflect the servicing available in an area. So the city's low-density residential large lot R2 zone in zoning bylaw 05200 is often found in areas that do not have full stormwater infrastructure, and so that larger lot size is in place to ensure adequate on-site drainage can occur. Next, the province asked if it would be, what appropriate standards would be for minimum lot size in terms of lot frontage and area, opportunities and limitations, what would they be associated with these standards. We just have noted the existing minimum standards in place for the lowest or the smallest low-density residential zone in citywide zoning bylaw 05200, that's the R1A zone, and just noted what those minimum lot width and area standards are for the various uses that are permitted. These standards are developed as minimum standards, reflecting the minimum sizes that can accommodate a functional built form and site. And so it can generally be expected that as lot size decreases, constraints are likely to increase in the provision of adequate space for maintenance, access, drainage, and privacy. Finally, staff's final response focused on the zoning requirements and additional performance standards that become a factor when lots are being developed for gentle intensification in the form of multiplex development like triplexes and fourplexes, which are permitted in those low-density residential zones now. As housing choice increases to include these forms of development as well as detached additional dwelling units, there are more built form and site design elements to accommodate, such as amenity space, greater outdoor storage needs, along with the typical requirements that have been mentioned, all of which necessitates minimum lot size requirements to support a more seamless and supported integration of this gentle intensification in neighborhoods. With that, I'm just going to turn it over to Mark Keller, who will summarize the consultation on enhanced lot level development standards.
Thanks, Elena. So again, I will be presenting staff's response to the provincial consultation on enhanced development standards. And enhanced development standards are requirements and guidelines applied by municipalities outside of buildings. These are typically above and beyond the requirements of the building code or other legislation. And they are implemented through development review processes such as site plan control or zoning bylaws. And the province has specifically highlighted green development standards, which many of you will know include requirements for permeable paving, native tree planting, bicycle parking, elements such as that. And the province is consulting on whether enhanced development standards are applied consistently across the province and on the need to standardize or even in some cases prohibit standards that may add cost and complexity for developers who work across multiple jurisdictions. So the first question that they're asking in their consultation is whether, in our experience, enhanced development standards are applied consistently across municipalities. In response, staff highlighted examples of coordination that occur, for example, for our ongoing development of our green building standards in the city of Hamilton. We have met with a number of other municipalities implementing similar standards to ensure consistency. We also note that there are guidelines and standards out there developed by other parties such as the Ministry of the Environment or conservation authorities that have become best practice across the province for requirements such as stormwater management. So these are, in our opinion, are applied fairly consistently across jurisdictions. Secondly, the consultation asks what type of standards should be allowed to apply outside of buildings. and how these requirements maintain health and safety. Staff support the application of enhanced standards that address good design, active transportation, crime prevention, emergency access, and climate resilience, and that have an eye for local geography and policy goals. In our opinion, enhanced development standards are an important tool in our toolbox for achieving development that is functional, climate resilient, and that supports the physical, social, and economic health of residents. The consultation also asked whether our organization has any information about short and long-term costs of enhanced development standards. In response, our staff shared several studies from organizations such as CMHC, Canadian Urban Institute, that demonstrate potential cost benefits of enhanced development standards by potentially reducing infrastructure costs, transportation costs, et cetera. Just to summarize, staff do support efforts to facilitate partnerships among municipalities to make enhanced development standards more consistent, fair, and transparent. Rather than prohibiting these standards, staff recommend streamlining and efforts to create clear guidelines and checklists that would make compliance more straightforward for developers. Staff recommend that the submissions summarized in our presentation included in the appendices to the staff report be approved and confirmed to the province. Committee and council may also amend or supplement the staff level comments with any changes being forwarded to the province for consideration. And that concludes our presentation. We'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Charlie, Alana, and Mark. Not seeing anything, so I'll just say in conclusion that the City of Hamilton's response emphasizes the need for balanced planning that supports housing development while maintaining essential standards for community health and safety. And no questions? Looking for, Councillor Wang.
Kind of have to, oh, thank you. Thank you for that. Just as a clarity, because all of these comments have already been submitted and that's already gone through royal assent, we're pretty much just moving forward on all of these different aspects. There's no real sense, because I'm looking at the alternatives, there's no way for us to really do anything differently, correct?
Through the chair, so bill is 60, so the amendments to the Planning Act through Bill 60 have been adopted, but the other two Environmental Registry of Ontario postings, those are just, the province has put out questions. They haven't brought forward any legislation or regulation to implement those. So those are still being thought of by the province, so it would not be too late to provide additional comments.
Okay. I just wanted that clarity, Chair, just because I wanted to understand where we can affect change or not. But I'm always in support of staff. I know that they are professionals at this. So I feel like for us, as we go through implementation, we may find some of those challenges and changes along the way. But on surface level, I'm highly supportive of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wang. Councillor Maureen Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to staff for the very thorough overview. I am trying to understand the rationale given by the Government of Ontario for a minister not having to follow the provincial planning statement. Could you share that insight again? Is it rooted in the premise that this will enable us to build houses faster? Is that just the general wickety-doo-dah?
Through the chair, so through the Environmental Registry of Ontario posting, the province didn't provide any indication of why or where they would be looking at applying this a new power. So they haven't come out and said that this amendment is to facilitate specifically housing or sort of what problem it is trying to solve. So as a part of planning staff's comments that were submitted, staff recommended that if the province is having concerns with their own plans or policies, then staff would be in the city would be happy to look at those policies in collaboration with the province if the province thinks they're not working.
Thank you. Through the chair, I think that's, that was a really succinct, great overview in that there is actually no, if I understood you correctly, succinct public provision of what is the problem statement and what are we trying to solve. And so in essence, what the government is saying, municipalities have to abide by the provincial planning statement, understood, but what's good for me, what's good for thee is not good for me. And there's no justification given for the minister not having to do same. Seemingly that would, I would think that would daylight a lack of confidence on their part in their own planning regime, but that's just me. On the, with respect to the requirements for lot coverage, could you just clarify, I did read it, is that something that is still outstanding or that's done? Through the chair.
So the chair to the councillor, so that is a measure that's still being considered. So what is in place is that as of right, permission for a deviation of 10% as it applies to minimum setbacks. They're looking to consult on applying that more broadly to additional provisions like lot coverage, height, parking.
I see. Again, if I could, through the chair, to anyone who might be able to assist, is there any knowledge on behalf of staff whether the Government of Ontario has been forthcoming in infrastructure funding for municipalities to address some of their stormwater deficiencies? Through the chair. I think the answer is no. So and tomorrow on GIC, I think there is a report which shows how the Government of Ontario, when it's self-interested, can move rapidly on matters of stormwater so that the burden is further felt by urban residents, and we're not accounting for the impact of rural runoff. And then we have this possibility of removing even the slightest capacity for us to inform our built form in cities to absorb some of that stormwater, which is, in my opinion, going to be a really ridiculous and unfortunate legacy. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor McMeekin.
Yes, thanks, Chair. Chair Taddison, appreciate the opportunity to speak. I'm just wondering, in what now seems like a previous lifetime, there was an understanding that before legislation was introduced that had a dramatic impact on municipalities, there would be a pre-consultation with AMO. And I'm wondering to what extent this particular piece of legislation was consultative prior to the legislation and the actual endorsement legally of the piece. That's the first part of my question. I guess the second part would be based on the assumption that there are perhaps few of us who would oppose building better and faster when it comes to housing, given the challenges. What evidence is there through AMO or through our planning department that the alleged goals of the province to expedite the number of housing units in ways that are favorable to citizens and municipalities is working or not working? So the AMO consultation portion, was that happening? Did it happen? It seemed to work fairly well in days gone past. And just how well is this building better and faster alleged approach of the province seemingly working? Those are my questions, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor McMeekin. We have your questions written down, and Senior Planner Tolman is ready to go.
Okay.
Through the chair, on the first question regarding AMO, I'll defer to fellow staff on the bench, but the Environmental Registry of Ontario postings that were issued, staff did not have a copy of what was being proposed, like the specific wording prior to it going live on the ERO website.
Through the chair to the
That's
councillor.
unfortunate. Does our, I'm wondering if our AMO rep
One
has
second,
any-
Councillor McMeekin. Chief Planner Faybeck is going to answer as well.
Oh, okay, good. Thanks.
Sorry, thank you. So yes, we have not been advised that there was any pre-consultation that occurred on the ERO postings. So unfortunately can't provide any further insight on that. In terms of the second question about, are the initiatives undertaken by the province getting things built faster? I mean, we don't really have any specific measures, although we do provide reporting frequently into the province. I do know that many municipalities around the province have not been successful in achieving the housing targets, and a lot of that is beyond the scope and responsibility of municipalities. In terms of faster, I mean, for those initiatives that have eliminated the need for applications like minor variances, for those individuals, I would suspect they would indicate that yes, it was faster because they weren't required to go through an application. But again, that would just be my opinion. I have not seen any particular reporting from the province that speaks to how well their initiatives are working.
Okay, well, just picking up on that, it would seem to me that when any level of government strongly identifies with a particular initiative to do something better and faster, it ought to be incumbent on them to consult with partners. And I wonder if our AMO rep may have some additional information to share. She's always on top of things so very well. And it also is clearly apparent to me that when municipalities are required to report their progress, we're not hearing a lot about the success or lack of success of this provincial initiative, which I think would be helpful information to share, not only in Hamilton, but throughout the 444 municipalities that constitute municipal governance in Ontario. So make those comments, defer potentially if she's inclined to want to respond to Councillor Wang, our AMO rep, and perhaps just flag for our purposes a courtesy request to the province that they update us on just how well this strategy to build more homes for more people quicker and faster and better is working or not working. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor McMeekin. And I see that Councillor Wang has already indicated that you've prompted her to respond.
Great.
Thank you, Councillor McMeekin. Thank you for the vote of confidence for that. So I do want to note that AMO did submit a response on November 21st. It is outlined on their website. In particular, as we speak to what are some of the comments, they are supportive of some of the as of right minor variances. It is a very lengthy document. It's approximately 11 pages in terms of all of their commentary. So what I can do is I can download and share with you, Councillor McMeekin, but also with members of committee if they are interested in seeing what the AMO commentary looks like. They did comment on other parts of Bill 60, including development charge modernization, public corporation for water and wastewater services, and vehicle lanes. But it's if even staff are interested in reading, I am happy to share these documents. So AMO did respond, and they are still in constant communication with ministers on the ongoing work moving forward on this.
Just a supplemental question, and I suspect I know the answer, but let me ask it anyways. Did the minister responsible for this legislation actually approach AMO and sit down with AMO was a practice in years gone by to identify the issues they wanted to move forward on and to ask for some pre-advice as to what should and shouldn't be included in that legislation.
Thank you, Counselor. To my knowledge, they were consulted and then they have several consultation meetings with ministry staff, but I think that they're MOU meetings, so they have these ministerial meetings that happen on a quarterly basis. I don't know or can't recall whether they actually had a meeting with the minister on these particular items, but I do know staff to staff, they've been consulted.
Okay, thanks very much, and vote of confidence always to our illustrious, well-prepared, and faithfully reporting AMO rep. And I would add that for our great FCM rep as well. Thank you very much, ladies, for your great leadership there.
Thank you, Counselor, for your cheerleading. I see no more requests to speak or ask questions of the presenters. So thank you. May I have a mover and seconder to receive the staff presentation? Councillor Kassar, Councillor Wang. And please indicate with a hand vote now. That's unanimous. Thank you. May I have a mover and seconder to approve the recommendations in the report? Councillor Kassar and Councillor Wang. And are there any questions? I know we drifted into that realm with the staff for the... Okay, sounds good. So please, at this point, right now, seeing no discussion, no speakers, let's have your e-scribe vote now. Oh, sorry, 9.2, the recommendations passing. Okay, that's great. That passes 11-0. Thank you very much. We're moving to 9.3, but before we go to 9.3, I'm looking for a motion to break for lunch. Councillor Wang and Councillor Kassar again, thank you. Hand vote. That is almost unanimous. Oh, thank you, Councillor Pauls, for making it unanimous. Until what time? Till 12:30. Welcome back from our lunch break. We're on to 9.3, PED 26021, City of Hamilton Response to Environmental Registry of Ontario Posting 025-1099, consultation on simplifying and standardizing official plans. We have a presentation from Charlie. If we'd like to see that, please let me know. Looking around the table. Oh, okay, thank you. Yes, we do. Charlie Toman.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of Planning Committee. My name is Charlie Toman. I'm the Program Lead Policy Planning and Municipal Comprehensive Review within the Sustainable Community section of the Planning Division. I will be providing a short presentation summarizing City staff's response to Environmental Registry of Ontario Posting 025-1099, consultation on simplifying and standardizing official plans. As I mentioned in the last presentation, on October 23rd, 2023, or October 23rd, 2025, the province introduced Bill 60 together with 12 separate Environmental Registry of Ontario postings that relate to land use planning matters. The staff report here responds to the ERO posting on simplifying and standardizing official plans. It's important to note that this consultation that the province launched, it's not tied to any specific legislation or regulations, and it remains conceptual at this point. So through this ERO posting, the province is seeking feedback on a potential province-wide framework that would set parameters on what municipalities can and cannot include in their official plans. And the province's stated rationale for a framework is that in their view, official plans have become increasingly lengthy, complex, and in their view, overly restrictive and time-consuming to update. And the objective of the framework, as stated by the province, is to increase consistency across Ontario municipalities and to reduce the time and effort required to prepare and update official plans. So staff's response to this ERO posting was informed by input from other city departments, planning staff's experience implementing the official plan on a daily basis, and considering how the official plan can best support both provincial and local priorities, including facilitating new housing development. Broadly, staff's submission recognized and supported the intent to simplify Ontario's land use planning system, particularly where it improves public understanding and local planning policies. However, staff expressed concern throughout our comments with the use of prescriptive, legislative, or regulatory requirements to achieve this objective. Instead, staff recommended that the province pursue guidelines rather than mandatory standards, with the rationale being that the guidelines would provide flexibility to Ontario municipalities to respond to local conditions, as well as test new innovative policy approaches, including new housing forms. It would allow the province to provide clarity to Ontario municipalities on what should and should not be in local official plans. And it would acknowledge that Ontario municipalities vary in terms of size, geography, growth pressures, and community priorities. So the next couple slides summarizes staff's response to individual questions posed in the ERO posting. On the question of removing or limiting the ability of official plans to include specific development standards like heights. Staff commented that standards in an official plan should be used sparingly, but in some cases are necessary to support effective infrastructure planning and clear zoning bylaw implementation, among other things. On standardizing the table of contents and land use schedules within an official plan, staff recommended that the province provide guidelines to this effect and not standards, commenting that any rigid standards could negatively impact both the readability and clarity of land use policies and mapping. And on limiting the length of official plans, again, staff supported guidance, but not any hard caps, noting that this does not consider the diversity of Ontario municipalities. Next, the province asked questions on potentially removing both secondary plans and site-specific policy areas from local official plans. So for Hamilton, this would be removing volumes 2 and 3 of the Urban and Rural Hamilton official plan in their entirety. Staff strongly opposed any such restriction. Secondary plans and site-specific policy areas are critical tools that allow municipalities to plan for growth in a way that reflects local context and delivers complete, healthy, and connected communities. They are a very effective way to enable residential intensification at a neighborhood level by coordinating land use with infrastructure, parks, schools, transit, and community services. Without secondary plans, intensification can become more random, more expensive, and more difficult to deliver. Secondary plans are equally important in new greenfield areas where they support complete community design, coordinated infrastructure delivery, and cooperation among multiple landowners. Without them, municipalities face higher risks of delays, infrastructure shortfalls, and fragmented and inefficient development patterns. And an example of how secondary plans can help enable residential intensification is the downtown secondary plan in Hamilton, which was adopted in 2018. And as part of this submission, staff provided numbers showing how once the secondary plan was adopted, the downtown saw a significant increase in new housing construction. Next, the ERO posting posed several questions related to standardizing the number and type of land use designations, as well as standardized land use terms. Again, staff supported guidance on these matters rather than firm requirements, which can limit the ability of municipalities to pilot new innovative land use designations that achieve both local and provincial priorities. Finally, the province asked several questions on the transition to a new standardized official plan framework. It's important to note with official plans that municipalities typically update them in phases, such as major transit station areas. And in these situations, it is not feasible to completely rewrite or restructure an official plan to align with the new standardized framework. Staff commented that by simply introducing a potential framework creates immediate uncertainty for planning work underway. Most municipalities, including Hamilton, are currently updating our official plan to align with the new provincial planning statement. Requiring compliance with a new framework immediately would mean redoing work that has already been completed, adding both time and cost, and as well as potentially delaying important implementation work of the official plan to make sure that it is consistent with the provincial planning statement. As a result, staff recommended that any standardized framework be applied at the next full official plan review, or at least 5 years, giving municipalities time to determine whether it's best to amend its existing official plan or create an entirely new official plan that applies with the framework. Staff are recommending that Planning Committee approve the staff's submission found in Appendix A. Should Planning Committee or Council choose to amend or add to this submission, staff would send those comments on to the province. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Councillor Jeff Beattie, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. Thank you, Charlie, for the presentation. And Chair, if this is better served in the report or the presentation, I'm happy to defer to you. My question, and thank you again for kind of breaking that down. I know some people around the room who have read this and fully absorbed it. I enjoy the presentation as additional layer to be able to fully comprehend what we're talking about here. I'm still on the journey of learning. Particularly when it comes to secondary plans. And the context for my question is that in my area, I have two very distinct growth areas, one that has a secondary plan in the Fruitland-Winona area, and I see reliance on that secondary plan consistently as we build out a greenfield new community, and coming to understand the importance of it as the backbone, the spine of new development in the area. And then also looking at, and I've referred to this here, the Stony Creek Lakeshore area, which almost had a neighborhood plan, was never fully adopted by the previous city of Stony Creek, and then nothing ever happened after that. And the hodgepodge development with no connectivity, no overarching plan, and a lot of friction between the existing community and our goals as a municipality to intensify. So with those two real experiences as the context, Charlie, and yourself or from the bench, if we don't have a secondary plan, what is the tool to ensure orderly development? I'm not clear what we would do instead of. Through you, Chair.
Through the chair, good question. We haven't, because this is still, they're looking at it at a conceptual level, and they haven't introduced any requirements that would compel the city to come apply with this framework. We haven't set out possible methods that we would update the official plan to conform with a framework that doesn't allow secondary plans. That said, we would look at all the tools that remain available. Secondary plans are great tools because they allow areas where we're expecting change to have a specific vision for that change and to clearly show where change is going to happen to have for the benefit of both existing landowners and the development industries. So through an official plan, we can still identify what land uses are permitted where through official plans schedules, but we would be losing a critical tool to kind of have the policy background to explain to everyone what these designations mean and what the vision is. So short answer, we don't have a response now, but should the province continue to go down this road, we would report back with those different options.
Thank you for the response. And through you, Chair, then if I could summarize, there isn't currently that you are aware of, you wouldn't be able to articulate a replacement for this style of planning tool, but should the need arise, I guess we'll frantically look at options to try to ensure that we have controls to enable orderly, planned, visionary development to take place. If I've got that correct, you can just kind of nod your head.
Yes, correct.
Okay, thank you, appreciate it. No further questions.
Okay, I'll just go around the floor. No more questions. So may I have a mover and seconder to receive the staff presentation? Councillor Wang, Councillor Beatty. Please indicate with a hand vote now. That's unanimous. Thank you. May I have a mover and seconder to approve the recommendations in the report? Councillor Beatty, Councillor A. Wilson. Is there any discussions on item 9.3? Councillor Kassar, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. And it wasn't mentioned in the presentation, but in the report, towards the end, it talks about potentially uncertain if it would allow, if changes were enacted, it would allow the City of Hamilton to maintain its urban and rural official plan. So my question would be to the bench to just maybe elaborate on that, because that's a pretty significant turn of events if it were to occur.
Thank you.
Through the chair, that to the councillor, Hamilton is unique that we do have two official plans, urban and rural, and the province hasn't provided any guidance or a direction on what what a new framework would mean in large municipalities like Hamilton, where there are multiple official plans. But should the province provide more information on this or release legislation or regulations that would require this, staff would report back to Planning Committee what the implications are to the urban and rural Hamilton official plans. So short answer at this point, it's too early to tell.
Yeah, fair enough, and didn't expect much more than that, but I think it was important for that to be on the public record. So Chair, just a quick comment. Just want to build on Councillor Beatty's concern about secondary plans and the importance of them. We have many in the city. I've read case studies in other cities on the value of secondary plans and how valuable they've been to develop a city and make a city better. And that leads me to just a concluding comment that what I don't see in the topics of the previous presentation or this one where the province is trying to make cities better. It's all about making them simpler, quicker, shorter, faster, whatever, all those terms, but there's nothing in there about making cities better, because it's not just about getting things built quickly. We can build 10-story boxes everywhere randomly and get things done quickly, but that's not going to be good for our city. And I know that's just a very simple example, but that's what I think, what I'm concerned about, and I think we should all be concerned about in municipalities across the province, is not just getting housing built, but building complete communities that are actually good for people to live in. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor. And thanks again for highlighting that we do have two official plans, and good point were made in making our city better. That should be the goal for every time that we come here. Anyways, there's nobody else on the list here, so let's go to the vote. Passes 12-0. Thank you. I was just reflecting on the fact that I'm pushing buttons on this one, and then I go to push the buttons on my screen, and for some reason it doesn't work. So I'm realizing two technologies. Thank you. Okay, we're moving to 9.4. I'll get it. Establishing an interim fee for secondary plan official plan amendments application. May I have a mover and second to approve the recommendations in the report and receive the written submission? Councillor A. Wilson. Councillor Beatty looks confused. Oh, okay. Councillor Kretsch. Okay. Is there any discussion on item 9.4? And we have Councillor A. Wilson first, followed by Councillor M. Wilson. And Councillor A. Wilson, you now have the floor.
Just through you, Chair, hearing there was a request from some committee members for an overview. I'd be happy if staff wanted to overview it, so we're all talking about the same thing before we start the discussion, so I'm happy to wait for that.
Okay, for sure. Take it away.
Thank you, Chair. Dave Hayworth, Director and Senior Advisor of Strategic Growth Initiatives. The report on secondary plan fee structure is to address previous council direction to look at fees when secondary plan framework was put in place by official plan amendment to address secondary planning for urban expansion areas back when the province originally modified the city's urban and rural official plans to add lands to the urban area prior to then reversing that decision. Staff have had to respond to numerous provincial changes revising work plans that prevented addressing this matter earlier. Granted, the state of housing development has changed since then, but from a budget perspective, the staff report is aimed at attempting to better capture staff costs involved in reviewing and commenting on secondary plans. We are certainly expecting a large secondary plan amendment for an urban expansion area to be submitted this year. In a sense, secondary plans establish a blueprint for how a community will develop over the long term. And Charlie, in his previous presentation, talked about the importance of secondary plans. Secondary plan amendments are less of a development application and more of a policy framework that will help facilitate long-term development by providing greater certainty for the long-term development vision of a community. A few key points. Staff anticipate that secondary plans will be a significant amount of work. Therefore, on an interim basis, have set the fee to mirror the fee for urban boundary expansion official plan amendment applications. Should a secondary plan amendment application be received after the interim fee is in place and approved, and the approved permanent fee is less than the interim fee, the applicant will be reimbursed the difference as referenced in the report. The fee structure was developed for new secondary plan, official plan amendments. An official plan amendment, such as a site-specific amendment or other localized change to an existing secondary plan, would be subject to the standard official plan amendment fee, not the proposed new fee we have here, unless the proposed amendments to an existing secondary plan were so significant as to cause a virtual rewrite of that existing secondary plan. In that case, it would be as much work for staff to review and comment on it as a new secondary plan. The proposed secondary plan fee structure would apply to an official plan amendment to establish a secondary plan in an expansion area or the existing urban area. That said, secondary plans in the existing urban area have historically generally been city-driven amendments. And that's the overview for the report. Thank you.
Councillor A. Wilson, you have the floor.
Thank you. And through you, Chair, seeing the correspondence, I'm just trying to get an understanding of the size of these secondary plan applications. Very, very, very large, as I know the right scale, but just trying to maybe get outside of the hectares, and I see that's where the pricing is kind of estimated in the appendix. I think one of the secondary plans was mentioned. I think previously it's talked about maybe 40,000 units in that area. I believe we kind of look for 50 jobs per hectare. What is a good estimate of what we're trying to get in terms of these applications or the size of these applications? Is it fair to say it's between 20 to 50 units per hectare, or how would staff characterize kind of the general size of these types of secondary plan applications?
Through the chair to the councillor, so for urban expansion applications, we're dealing with what was proposed, right? For anything within the existing urban area, on a greenfields, it's 70 units, 70 people and jobs, right? Within the built-up area, there's a lot of this, the secondary plans are in place, and over time they would get updated and reviewed, but likely they'll be city-driven given the number of properties involved, the ownerships of parcels, et cetera. Like within the existing built-up area, those secondary plans would likely be city-driven.
And thank you. And so working on that kind of density, I'm just trying to understand in a potential secondary plan, a proposal, so I'm going to pull up the sheet. So an application for an area over 500 hectares in size, we think about a fee of just under $235K is what's in the report there. And I guess I'm wondering, in that hectare, in that greater than 500 hectare proposal, are we seeing potentially 40,000 units? And therefore, that's a fee per unit of about $6. I'm just trying to understand, like, yes, if we are trying to build one unit, a $250,000 fee is huge. On 40,000 units or that, I'm trying to understand, is this a $5 fee per unit is what we're talking about, or something like that? Just trying to understand that out of the context of, oh, it's a $250,000, that's a big number. But is it $5 a unit or so is what I'm trying to understand the size of that. So any comments on the size or scale of this per unit actually being developed?
Yeah, through the chair, I'd have to calculate that out. I'm just trying to figure that out in my head. I think for Elfrida was 1,200 hectares and a population, I'm trying to remember back, but I think potentially up to about 140,000 people, right? So whatever that would equate to in units, that's like, what, 75, 80,000 units, I'm not sure, right? So, you know, on that basis, it could be a little higher. But given the area and property ownership and what's proposed and the magnitude of development, we feel on an interim basis at least, right, that it's probably going to be as much work as an urban boundary expansion application for staff to review and comment on. And this is an interim fee. I would think by the end of this quarter, beginning of next quarter, will come with the permanent fee. We've circulated all the departments to determine the amount, to verify the amount of time and effort that they're going to spend on reviewing and writing comments on a secondary plan application that would come in. Based preliminary-wise, it seems to be, what we've received seem to be correlating to kind of our interim thoughts on the matter. But we'll have a permanent fee proposed probably by the second quarter.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, just one final comment from me on this. Very supportive of staff's recommendation here to pursue cost recovery. We've said growth should pay for growth before, appreciating the concerns and the changes that have happened in the market. But when I think we're talking, the ranges of the numbers there I got was we're talking between $1 to $10 per unit, depending on the proposed application. That's not the thing that's stopping people from buying homes. That's not stopping anyone from affording their home, that the new purchase. Pass that right on to new home buyers, and that will not have an impact on affordability in our community, but it will have an impact as we head into this municipal budget allocation if we pass that on to all taxpayers to front, or if we ask growth to pay for growth. So that is a decision in front of us, but I don't think the consequences of this decision relate to the affordability of those end units. I think it relates to how do we want to pay for that permitting work that our staff is due to get there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. And Councillor M. Wilson.
Thank you. I don't think I have any questions now. I appreciate the clarity that was brought by Councillor Alex Wilson. Mine was to be viewed by the fact that I think 36% of the cost of housing is taxes from government, but the clarity that was brought and through the lens of trying to understand the submission. So thank you.
Thank you. And now we're going to go to Councillor Ted McMeekin online. Hold on a sec, sir. You're muted.
My apologies, Chair Taddison. I'll pass for the moment, but I will have some comments when we get into the discussion.
I think you can comment right now. This is the time to comment.
Okay, I'm just picking up on Councillor Wilson's point and the correspondence from the West End home builders. There's fairly ample evidence that the government imposes too strong a word, but government charges related to housing development do have an impact on the building industry and the cost of housing. And the industry, by all reports and from frequent presentations from the West End home builders, is currently in a state of chaos. Their plea is please, please, please do not institute new fees. Life is tough enough for all of us. And when I think about it, I'm of two minds. One is, costs get passed on to others potentially, but so too do taxes. If an industry is in a situation where workers don't have jobs and they're not earning income and they can't afford housing or they get displaced from their housing, that's pass on cost as well. So I'm just a little reticent to to look at bringing in new fees, interim or otherwise, given the state of the economy, the connection to jobs and the building industry generally. I'm not normally a big rah-rah person on the development side, but I think extraordinary circumstances require extraordinary flexibility. And so I just want to make those points when the Horseshoe considers instituting a new fee that is described as causing enhanced level of difficulty for the industry. Those are my comments, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor, for that pre-speech on the upcoming decisions we'll be making later on. I'm going to go to Rob Cooper, Ward Councillor 8, Rob Cooper.
Thank you, Chair. Every one of our problems, the answer can't always be more taxes. It's an easy answer, but I think on this as well, we got to look at things like throughput, how we do things more efficiently. So, as I've gone through my ward, and I'd argue my ward's probably one of the wards with, I would say, a lot of development going on in it. And as I started to have conversations with people about why it was taking so long, there's stories about how they get comments, they respond to the comments, they get comments on new topics, they respond to those, comments on new topics again, and they say, it's a real challenge sometimes. Now, we've got Arvin and General Manager Passat, and I have faith in him. I know there's great things happening. We've had conversations. And so this is really, for me, a vote of support in terms of the team and where they're going, because I actually don't believe we need to have new taxes. I think we need to look at how we're doing what we're doing, look at throughput. And it's not all on the side of Hamilton, as City of Hamilton as well. It's like, our partners that are developers, there's things they can do differently and do better as well. So I think if we had an opportunity to come together, have these conversations and say, how can we collectively, get the throughput through so that we don't have taken up as much staff time? And how do we hold the line on our taxes? Once again, every answer to every problem cannot be more taxes. So I'll be voting against this.
Thank you, Councillor. And we're going to go to Councillor Beattie.
Thank you, Chair, through you. I don't think I touched anything, but it's all Sal's fault. Okay. Thank you for taking the blame. Appreciate that. Yeah, better call Sal. There you go. Do you want to continue my train of thought for me too? Because I've lost it. Thank you.
Here, I'll just interject here that what happens is Sal's been covering for me all day because I keep forgetting to push the button. And when I do push the button, so it's inconsistency on my part. So I'll take some of that blame there, Sal. And as we work through this, maybe next time we'll have it, I'll have my processes habitualized.
You are setting the stage for me when I chair AFNA on Thursday, and I appreciate you working the bugs out of the system because AFNA is going to be a doozy. The question here, I think, is important, and I'm actually really thankful to Councillor McMeekin for his words, and actually Councillor Wilson as well, Alex Wilson for the breakdown. And initially at face value, $6 to $12 per unit doesn't really sound like a whole lot. But also to the point that Councillor McMeekin is making, perhaps it's more about the signal and the message that we're sending to the development community that we're trying to help them move forward, and we're trying to restart, jumpstart the local housing industry, which is in a state of free fall. I don't think that there's any argument there. So I'm going to give some careful consideration to whether or not we're trying to align ourselves with being supportive of the industry as they work through this crisis, or if we're solely looking at this from a really cold, calculated standpoint of cost recovery. And what do we, as governors around this table, what do we view as our role in trying to be assistive? And sometimes it's the message, not the media, in terms of what we're trying to parlay to our development and counterparts in that industry. You can turn off the mic now, Sal.
We're going to go over to Councillor Cassar.
Just a couple of comments. I think this report is before us because there's anticipated, as Manager Hayworth, Director Hayworth was saying, anticipated secondary plans for urban boundary expansion areas, which this council has opposed. So I think we need to keep that in mind when we're talking about helping the housing industry and helping our city. Going back to my comments from the last report, we're trying to build a better city, and we've taken a unanimous stance against urban boundary expansion. So I think that needs to be reconciled here. And secondly, to the comment about, always adding new taxes, this is not a new tax. This is a fee for cost recovery for work that's being done, again, because the development industry wants to go ahead against this council's and the city's wishes. So if we do not have a cost recovery fee, then that results in more taxes. So let's not try to twist words into our own narratives. That's the fact. It's not a new tax, it's a cost recovery fee.
Okay, thanks for that clarification. And Councillor A. Wilson. Sorry, wait, there we go. Go ahead.
Yeah, I take exception to what was just said. That was twisting words. I mean, there's different ways of looking at this, Councillor Kassar. There's an opportunity to look at raising taxes. There's an opportunity to look at how quickly we do our work or how we do things efficiently. I was talking about efficiency. I wasn't talking of twisting words around taxes, so I take exception to those comments.
Councillor Kassar. Thank you. As chair, I recognize your position on that, and I'm just going to let the comments stand as they are. Councillor A. Wilson. Oh, I do.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, just really wanting to reiterate that point, I think, just so we're all crystal clear, like we're talking about urban expansion areas for areas that were added by the province against the wishes of this council. And so in other words, folks who own these lands, I think there's a wide documented history of advocacy and lobbying that happened to the provincial government against the decision that this city made. There are now costs that as a result of a provincial decision made, there are now costs that have to be borne. Who should bear those costs? Well, the people of Hamilton overwhelmingly said, and we unanimously upheld their decision, that they didn't want to pay for these costs. That's why they didn't want development happening there in the first place. So I hear that development industry is in a difficult time. I hear that we want to be sympathetic to that. I'd ask that we think about where and how to do that in a way that gets the best outcomes for building the city we want to build. This is the opportunity in front of us right now. But again, I think it's just important to understand where and how these applications are coming forward. These aren't applications coming forward in most of our communities or most of our wards. This is a very specific part of the city, very specifically large applications, bringing in thousands of homes on sites. And I think that's just important context as we're thinking about this. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Wilson. And I'll just say this, that in my interpretation, basically, my question would be, who makes the city whole? You know, that money's got to come from somewhere. Staff have to do the work. And when they're doing that work, that needs to be compensated, or else it has to come in. Do we have to hire more staff, so forth, with these applications? Lots of things to consider in terms of revenue. So moving forward, is there any more discussion? Councillor Pauls.
Okay, I just want to know, you said this is interim, and then we'll have permanent. Is the amount's going to stay the same, or are we going to see a big increase?
Through the chair to the councillor, so we're, like I mentioned, we're undertaking a review right now internally with all the departments on the amount of time they expect to spend on a secondary plan application for reviewing and commenting. We've gotten some feedback in. It's not complete. We're still waiting on some to come in. I wouldn't anticipate it to be higher. I guess there's the possibility it could be somewhat, but I wouldn't anticipate that. And as it's been indicated in the report, if it's lower, and there's an application that comes in after should committee and council approve the interim fee, an application were to come in after that and before the permanent fee is set, they would pay the fee. The permanent fee gets set. If it's less than the interim fee, the applicant would be reimbursed the difference, in fairness.
And in fairness, how many times do we give their money back? Have we ever done that in any other situations?
Through the chair to the councillor, I'm not sure. In this case, we are putting it forward as an interim fee because we want to undertake a comprehensive review on the amount of time, because an applicant can challenge the fee to the Ontario Land Tribunal, and you have to have evidence and the amount of time, and you have to have gone through a comprehensive process to establish the fee so it's proper cost recovery. So we're undertaking that, but we do know we have a large secondary plan application coming in. It will take a lot of staff time, and we do not think the current official plan amendment fee is reflective of the time that staff are going to have to spend on that application.
Thank you. And my understanding is that if it's permanent, it could increase, and that's what I'm worried about. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. We have Councillor Kretsch.
Thanks, and I really appreciate that commentary from staff about the fact that this is cost recovery. So I don't even understand some of the dialogue that's going on here today at all. The province made a unilateral decision opposed to this decision of this council made, and that's their prerogative. They're allowed to do that. But we can't suddenly absorb the costs of that decision without trying to recover some of them for doing this secondary planning. So as far as I see it, it's not a tax, it's cost recovery. And in the future, if it costs us more money to process these secondary plans and to do the work that the province is forcing us to do, then we're going to have to increase the fees to recover those costs. And cost recovery is just breaking even, folks. We're not making money doing this. And I really appreciate the measured approach that staff are taking also of having an interim fee. They're not saying we know for sure it's definitely going to cost us amount. We're having an interim process to make sure we're measuring ourselves correctly so we're not putting ourselves in legal jeopardy. We couldn't be being any more responsible than we're being now in the face of, as far as I'm concerned, an autocratic province who wants to just shove this stuff down our throats. I think we're doing a responsible job and we should support this. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Kretsch, for those comments. I will just say, as the chair, we're going to be presented with different narratives here. So when we're respectfully communicating with each other, I do think that possibly we could be recognizing and saying, I don't agree with that narrative, as opposed to making comments such as twisting words. Okay, so that's my statement on that issue. Going forth with right now, as Councillor Kretsch just said, it's a preliminary measure. Let's move forward with it, and let's see, well, I shouldn't say let's move forward, let's vote on it, and then we'll see how that turns out. So it's please indicate your e-scribe vote now. Vote is up. And that carries 7-5. Thank you. Moving to 9.5. PED 26031, City of Hamilton response to legislative amendments to Bill 30, Working for Workers 7 Act 2025 citywide. We do have a presentation. Does committee wish to see it? I'm not seeing that. Yes. Oh, we do have, okay. Elena is going to make a presentation.
It's not on there, she's bringing it down.
Good afternoon, Chair, Planning Committee, and the general public. My name is Elena Baldessera, and I'm just going to provide a couple of slides on what has happened in regards to a recent change from the province. Okay. There we go. Okay, so before you today is just a discussion item, and it provides the response that the city gave to the province regarding an amendment to Bill 30. So this is not Bill 30 in its entirety. The province in October proposed a modification to Bill 30, and the modification was an exemption to worker training centers that are subsidized under the Ministry of Labor, Immigration, Training and Skills Development Fund from the requirements of the Planning Act. So just a timeline, and really there's only 2 dates to focus on. As stated, this is just the comments that were provided for the October 17th, 2025 amendment to Bill 30. There were comments provided earlier in the year to the initial proposal. And the bill has received royal assent. It received royal assent November 27th, 2025. So just a summary of the comments that you see before you, there were 3 main points. The first one is that it removes the city's ability to provide regulations to address site context, compatibility, integration into communities, and orderly development. Second point is that there's potential for adverse impacts given the range of uses because it's tied to a funding agreement and not a specific use. And it applies for both public and private entities. So should there be differences between provincial oversight for these facilities, there may be concerns with compliance and accountability. And the third issue is that it doesn't prohibit the lands outside of the urban boundary and outside of the greenbelt, so essentially the rural lands that are on the close periphery of the urban boundary. Those may be at risk to negative impacts on the primary agricultural function, natural heritage features, or natural heritage systems in this area as a result of some of these possible uses. So the purpose of today's report was really to just provide you with the comments and request endorsement from council as the proposal has already received royal assent from the province. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Elena. Are there any questions? Not seeing any questions. May I have a mover and seconder? Oh, sorry. I guess we'll say may I have a mover and seconder to receive the staff presentation, and that's a hands vote. Thank you. That's unanimous. Oh, sorry. Councillor Pauls. Councillor Beatty. Sorry. I was just looking that way. Anyways, and that was unanimous. Now, for the real one, may I have a mover and seconder to approve the recommendations in the report? And we'll go over to, I saw Councillor Beatty. Did you have your hand up there? Okay. Councillor Pauls and Councillor A. Wilson. Thank you. Okay, is there any discussion on this report? Any comments? Okay, thank you. So we're going to have the e-scribe vote now. Unanimous, 12-0. Going to 9.6, outstanding business lists, items to be removed, 25H, enhanced parking enforcement services addressed as item 9.7 on Planning Committee minutes 25016. May I have a mover and seconder to approve the change to the outstanding business list? Councillor A. Wilson, Councillor Wang. Is there any discussion on item 9.6? None. There are no further speakers. Please indicate with your e-scribe vote now. That passes unanimously, 12-0. We are on to 9.7, PED 1, City of Hamilton comments in response to proposed regulations under Bill 5, Protect Ontario by Unleashing Our Economy Act 2025, citywide. There is a presentation, if required, from Scott Turnbull and 4 other staff. Does anyone here at the council wish to see it? I'm looking around, not getting, oh, I'm getting some nods. Confirm with a nod? Okay, thank you. Come on down, Scott, and 4 staff. Okay, they may be online. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and members of Planning Committee. My name is Scott Turnbull. I'm a planner in the Sustainable Community section of the Planning Division. The report before you today provides a brief summary of staff comments that were submitted to the province regarding newly proposed regulations, amendments, and guidance materials intended to implement components of Bill 5, the Protect Ontario by Unleashing Our Economy Act. To first provide some background, Bill 5 was introduced in April of last year, amending multiple acts and introducing 2 new pieces of legislation, namely the Special Economic Zones Act and the Species Conservation Act. Staff submitted comments to the province on Bill 5, which were subsequently confirmed and approved by Planning Committee this past July. At the same meeting, Planning Committee adopted an additional motion in opposition to Bill 5, which was also submitted to the province. Following the passing of Bill 5, the province has released new regulations, amendments, and guidance materials intended to implement components of the bill and has asked for comments through the Environmental Registry of Ontario. Staff's detailed comments are provided in the appendices of the report before you today and were submitted to the province this past November in order to meet the commenting deadline. Staff submission included comments from the city's Indigenous Relations Office, Planning Division, Economic Development Division, and Public Works Department. In the following slides, I'll provide a brief overview of the 4 ERO postings released by the province for consultation and summarize some of the principal comments submitted by staff. So the first ERO posting is related to the Species Conservation Act introduced under Bill 5. The act is intended to replace the existing Endangered Species Act and establishes a new framework for species conservation in Ontario. To support the implementation of this act, the province is developing guidance materials to assess whether a proposed activity is likely to have an impact on a protected species or its habitat. Although the draft guidance has not yet been released, the province requested early input to help inform its development. In staff submission to the province, concerns were raised about the proposed narrowing of key definitions, and staff highlighted the importance of providing science-based guidance for all species to ensure an equitable and transparent approach to habitat guidance. Staff also highlighted the need for greater clarity on how the adverse impact test would be applied and emphasized the importance of meaningful engagement with Indigenous communities and municipalities through this process. Through a separate ERO posting, the province released new regulations and amendments also intended to support the Species Conservation Act. The draft regulations outline which species are protected under the Act, the proposed registration and permit requirements, and how activities will transition under the new legislation. Staff comments submitted to the province raised concerns that the proposed regulations omit certain species from protection, which could accelerate biodiversity loss. Staff emphasized the value and services that natural assets provide. And lastly, staff highlighted the need for additional information on how adverse impacts would be evaluated and how activities will be monitored going forward. The third ERO released by the province requested feedback on a draft regulation under the Special Economic Zones Act. As you will recall, this act grants the province authority to establish special economic zones and to exempt certain proponents and projects from requirements under any act, regulation, or municipal bylaw. The province has now requested feedback on a new draft regulation that sets out the criteria for what qualifies as a special economic zone, trusted proponent, and designated project. While staff expressed support for the province's objective to support Ontario's economy through rising uncertainty, staff recommended that the draft criteria consider a full range of environmental, social, and economic factors, and that the province should only consider implementable projects that cannot be achieved through the standard approvals process. Additional themes highlighted in staff's comments included the need for designations to be fair, transparent, and consistent, and to ensure municipalities and Indigenous communities are meaningfully engaged. The province's final ERO posting requested feedback on a draft regulation to guide archaeological exemptions under the Ontario Heritage Act. The draft regulation sets out the criteria that properties must meet to qualify for an exemption, while also identifying measures to help protect significant archaeological and cultural sites. Staff's comments expressed support for the protection of significant sites, especially those of importance to Indigenous communities, but requested additional clarity on how the exemption process would work and what role the city would have in that process. Lastly, staff raised concerns that the proposed exemption for activities deemed economically or strategically important could significantly impact unidentified archaeological resources across the province. So in summary, the report before you today recommends that Planning Committee endorse staff comments submitted to the province this past November through the Environmental Registry of Ontario. Should Planning Committee and Council wish to amend or add to that submission, staff will forward any additional input to the province. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions from committee. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Scott. And we're going to go to Councillor Wang.
Thank you. Thank you for all your work on this one. I know that it's wide-ranging, everything from biodiversity to economic zones. So I want to focus a little more, my questions on the special economic zones. When you were filling out and answering these questions, had you envisioned a potential special economic zone just to help with guiding in answering some of these questions? Like, what would be an ideal sort of SEZ in your opinion?
Through the chair to the councillor, that's a great question. Just a bit of background, the comments are a bit of an amalgamation and consolidation from multiple staff members. I definitely think envisioning what one of these zones would look like went into that process, and some of the comments reflect that some of the answers can't be, some of the questions can't be answered given the wide-ranging possibilities that an economic zone could be, and that it can exempt a project from any act or regulation or municipal bylaw. So it is difficult, I would say, to particularly envision what that might be.
Oh, okay. Because I was thinking about if we were to put ourselves in the province's shoes, and they're the ones that are coming up with these special economic zones, feasibly the municipality would have a little bit of say in whichever zones, whichever areas we might want to specifically designate as an SEZ. Like I'm thinking like the airport growth district, or maybe the Steelport lands, both of which are two highly economically capable sort of zones, but have very different needs. But the economic uplift on both of those areas will be significant should we have streamlined processes, should we have favorable investment opportunities, so that's kind of, when I look at these comments, I wanted to get a better sense as to what you would have prioritized if we were to put these two sites forward to the province, and how would we ensure that all of our bases are covered? Because in both of those areas, energy is a huge consideration, but it's how do we advocate for that in these comments? So that's kind of the basis for my question.
Sure, and through the chair to the councillor, I think staff addressed that through the process requirements for the special economic zones and requiring meaningful engagement and consulting with the municipality on whether a special economic zone is supported or not. Through that process, those types of discussions could occur.
Okay. I'm really also thankful for the commentary on the particular question on the moonshot type projects to be put forward and the likelihood of success. So I really appreciate the city's answer on that. I think that when we put these commentary forward, my curiosity was what would have staff envisioned as a potential example project, so then that way we can be a little more fulsome and essentially ask for the moon in all of these things and then see what comes back. I'll just say I'm thankful for your work on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor A. Wilson.
Thank you. Not a question, just some comments and specific to all the ERO postings, just waiting for the last one, but just looking province-wide, the provinces responded to all of them. They write in their letter of decision, what are the comments they heard? And so consistently seeing across all 5 of these areas, the areas that city staff are highlighting are showing up in the final report. The province isn't saying we agree with these concerns, but they're saying we heard overwhelming concerns throughout A, B, C, D, lining up with what the city is saying. Also, just to me, the number of unique responses when you take out email campaigns or form letters from those ERO responses, I think it's clear that on some of these, I think this one we were, 1 in 20,000 unique responses. On other ones, we've been 1 in 100 unique responses. I think the quality is quite high, but just thinking about the work that not just planning and dev, but all of our city staff are doing to review this policy and the substantive commenting work is, I think, notable province-wide, if we're in the top 100 of some of these things providing feedback on policy. And so just thankful for Scott and all of our professional staff for the work they're doing in evaluating how these proposals will actually impact us, doing that work, providing that review. I certainly appreciate it. I think this committee certainly appreciates it. I wish it was more widely appreciated by the province, but it's certainly valuable. And so thank you for this report, but also all 4 of them today. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm not seeing any other requests to ask questions, so you may sit down. May I have a mover and seconder to receive the staff presentation? Councillor Wang, Councillor A. Wilson. That's a hand vote. Unanimous. Thank you. May I have a mover and seconder to approve the recommendations in the report? Councillor Pauls, Councillor Beattie. Is there any discussion, any more discussion on 9.7? Not seeing any. Let's go to your e-scribe vote now. That's 12-0. Thank you. We're moving to notices of motion. There's a notice of motion from Councillor M. Tattison. I won't introduce it. I'll just say that it's there to read and it's open for feedback. Thank you. And I was supposed to relinquish the chair, but since I'm not reading it, I won't. We're moving to private and confidential. Does the committee wish to go into closed session for items 12.1, 12.2, and 12.3? Yeah. I would say yes. So.
Sorry, we're just going to do this motion.
Okay, I'll read this right now. Thank you. Motion to allow the following people to attend closed session. Was I supposed to read the names out or not?
Yeah, for the first one.
Okay, Sal Spitali for 12.1, and for number 2, external non-legal consultant for 12.3. So we need a motion for that. So Councillor Wang and Councillor Kassar, thank you. And is that an e-scribe? It is. Okay, so it'll be coming shortly.
So that was
Yes. Sorry. E-scribe's up now. And now we do the next motion to go into close. Okay. Okay, thank you. And that carried 11-0, thank you. And now we're going to have a motion to go into closed. So,
So you just be reading, may I please? Yeah.
thank you. May I please have a mover and seconder to move into closed session for items 12.1, 12.2, and 12.3 pursuant to Section 9.3, subsections E, F, and K of the city's procedural bylaw 21021 as amended, and Section 2392, subsections E, F, and K of the Ontario Municipal Act 2001 as amended, as the subject matter pertains to litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board, advice that is subject to the solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, and a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on or behalf of the municipality or local board. Please indicate your e-scribe vote now. Oh, sorry, we need that mover and seconder, Councillor Way and Councillor A. Wilson, sorry. And the e-scribe will be coming. E-scribe is up. That vote carries 12-0. Members of the public, the meeting will continue following the closed session portion of the meeting. When you see the members of the committee rejoin the meeting, the committee will wait up to 5 minutes upon reconvening in open session before proceeding with the meeting to provide members of the public and the media time to return. Thank you. So in terms of, we're back in open session now. 12.1 LS 22020, appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal for lands located at 140 Garner Road East, Ancaster, for lack of decision on the draft plan of subdivision. 25T 201806, application Ward 12. May I have a mover and seconder to approve? Councillor Wang, Councillor Beatty, that directions provided to staff in closed session respecting report LS 220 be approved, and that the closed session recommendation A, B, and C of confidential report LS 22020A remain confidential until made public as the city's position before the Ontario Land Tribunal. And 3, that the balance of the report LS 22020A remain confidential. Please indicate your e-scribe vote now. Vote is up. As the city's position before the Ontario Land Tribunal. And 3, that the balance of the report LS 22020A remain confidential. Please indicate your e-scribe vote now. That's pretty soothing voice, isn't it? Calm.
Okay, let's see, okay, so I've got the Beacon, John, Councilor Man's gone, Francis is gone.
We have quorum.
The one I can, the nudge.
And that carries 5-3. So we're going now to 12.2, LS 26002, Committee of Adjustments decision for lands located at 282 DeWitt Road, Stony Creek, regarding consent and minor variance A25161 applications in Ward 10. May I have a mover and seconder to approve? Councillor Wilson, Councillor Wang, that directions provided to staff in closed session respecting report LS 26002 be approved. B, that the directions to staff in closed session respecting report LS 26002 be made public, consistent with the recommendations therein. And C, that the balance of report LS 26002 remain confidential. Please indicate your e-scribe vote now.
As soon as I start to say that I'm waiting.
And that carries 6-2. Thank you. 12.3 PED 26046, Urban Boundary Expansion Appeals, OLT 2400748, OLT 2500591, OLT 2500613, 20 Road West, Whitechurch, and Elfrida, citywide. May I please have a mover and seconder to approve? Councillor Wang, thank you. Looking around, Councillor Beatty, thank you. That report LS 26046 be received and remain confidential. Please indicate your e-scribe vote now. I see that it's up. And that passes unanimously. Thank you for being here today. And that's adjournment at 3:33, exactly 1 hour after predicted time. Not bad.